Okay. All right.
There you go. We are live and still alive. Welcome to this Saturday evening broadcast. And I have my co host with me. So go ahead.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very good to see you again, Shadow.
Yeah, good to see you too. Always good to see you. Yeah, I muted that one. Good. It's good to see you. It's always nice to have you on panel, and
Oh,
always
thank
nice to
you.
talk to you.
Always happy to drop by.
Yeah, we have
All
Jenny Juice
right.
Real in the house.
Welcome, welcome, Jenny Juice Reel.
Yeah, she's on the ads. The ads playing.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why. How are you doing, Jenny Juice? I hope everything is wonderful and you had a great week. So, well, I'm a little bit drained today, but that is because I had a migraine attack earlier this day, so I have been sleeping for a couple of hours extra.
That's the best medicine you can do after the attack has happened is get that extra healing time in if you can.
Yeah, and you always get so tired when you have these attacks. You just sleep, and you sleep like dead, basically.
And you know what makes them worse? Weather,
Yeah,
storms. So it sounds like you got a double whammy there.
yeah.
By any chance, do we know where Jenny Juice Reel is from?
I believe Philippines.
Oh, great! We've got one of our friends from the Philippines. Starting off on a good note.
Yep, it's always nice. I like to have a lot of people from different countries. It's nice.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. It's fantastic, and that's the way I want it.
The more representatives that we have from more countries, I truly believe in the future you're going to see how beneficial it is to the show and how useful it can be to all of us to understand the similarities in many of the things that we're facing, um, whether or not that be the different political things that are going on that directly affect the degree of prepping that we need to specialize in. Um, just in as example, there are certain things that we need to prep for in America that are that the European leaders have given hint to are going to be a little bit different in Europe. Um,
Yeah,
it
it will be a lot of different in Europe these days. It will be, and
well, hopefully, God
especially
willing, that thanks to shows like yours, um, And I hope people, if you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing. Shadow has lots of great information, and if you are new, if you haven't had a chance to look over his videos, that's definitely something that you want to consider doing, because there is lots of great suggestions and information about how anyone can get started in their prepping endeavors at any time. So it's never too
Yeah.
late to start, and it's never too early to be prepared as possible.
Well, if you have extra food for a week and water for extra for a week, you're most prepared than most people anyway. So those who are not prepared. So
Really, 1 week?
well, let's say if you have extra food for 10 days, let's say,
Okay,
and you compare it to those who don't have anything stored away, you're more prepared than they are.
sure. Ark Wildman Survival. Hello, welcome
Hey, Ark
aboard.
Wild Man, good to see you. How are you doing?
Michelle, thumbs
Michelle
up
is
for
around.
joining us today. Thank you.
And I thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. We need more thumbs up, guys.
Oh, mega love shout out right back to you, Michelle. I love it when people know what that means. I
Yeah,
do.
so that is the MLSO short for. Okay, now I got it because I never understood what that was short for. Thanks for explaining that.
Well, it's if you've ever spent any time around J. Mike or Darren Dobson, you're gonna
Yeah,
know
they
what the
use it.
mega love shout out is.
Yeah, I spend most of the time there every Monday to Friday, but I never understood MLSO was short for. So, but now I understand it. So,
But
well, Michelle, I had a little bad day today. I got a migraine attack. So I was knocked out for a couple of hours. So I'm a little bit drained. So bear with me, guys. But I think this will go nice and smooth.
yeah, if we all stick together and help support each other, I'm sure everything's gonna go fine. I'm just glad that you're feeling better.
Yeah, I do. But you feel like a wet rag or something.
Yeah, the after effects are hell.
Yeah, actually, I prefer the attacks rather than the after effects. The after effects are not funny at all.
Well, the when you're actually going through it, that's like a smaller chunk of time, and what it does afterwards, it's like I was talking to you earlier. It's like kind of like you feel like a bus hit you or something, and you've got
Yeah,
all that the rest of the body's reaction from all of the symptoms that come with it. I understand migraines very well. Um, they're trying to decide if that's how to classify the headaches that I have sometimes. So my feelings truly go out to you, because sometimes it just feels like the head's going to explode or something.
yeah. For me, it's like God hit me inside the head with a big hammer.
Ouch. And that's a Thor hammer too.
Yeah,
Michelle, how are you doing today? LG, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us.
Hey LG, good to see you again, brother. And you're very welcome, my friend. Yeah, LG is nice. He's a nice guy. Yeah, LG.
Oh, bless your heart, LT. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's not funny. You just want to put yourself in a dark room, soundproof, preferably.
Right. Very sensitive to light, very sensitive to sound.
But I got a mild migraine attack today, so it was not one of the worst.
Oh, thank goodness it wasn't one of the worst.
If it had been one of the worst, I would be knocked out, definitely. More than those hours I was knocked out. Hello, Kitty. Simple music. Good to see you and welcome to the stream.
Welcome aboard, Hello Kitty. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah,
Just out of curiosity, if you don't mind, to all of our guests in the chat, it would be, if you don't mind, we'd love to know what country that you are chatting from today.
me or Hello Kitty.
Um, Shadow, I'm pretty sure you're from Sweden because it's in your
Yeah,
name.
yeah. I'm still. I didn't move from my country anyway, so
Okay,
I'm
I
still
couldn't
there.
miss that one. You walked right into that one, buddy.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was a little bit confused. Yeah, I know. I walked straight into that one.
Mega love shout out and mega love shout out to all of our friends from the Philippines.
Yeah, nice people.
Such a wonderful people. I'm so glad that I've gotten to know them so much better through J Mike and Darren and Bob 942 and
Yeah,
I hope some of them drop by to visit today. That would be great.
yeah. Bob will probably drop in pretty soon, I guess. Yeah, and you are from USLG. Yeah, you're very welcome. Hello,
So
Kitty.
we got USA and Philippines in the house, and
Yeah,
Hello Kitty. I know my first name is kind of weird to figure out. That's why I went ahead and put my Discord name up there on Discord. They call me Miss Boo. Um, that's actually what my that's a nickname that my family gave me.
it's a nice nickname.
Yeah, it's got a long story behind it. I'll wait a few months until I bore you with that.
I think you have a question from Hello Kitty.
Oh, my channel is on YouTube. I'm actually working on trying to put out my first content. Long story short, I'm trying to learn how to make a video. I'm thinking about putting up some music lists, and if I can find a way to put it on my YouTube channel, I'm going to put up a an email address where I would like to hear uh, everyone's favorite music, no matter what area of the world you're in. But I have heard some beautiful music from the Philippines when some of the vocalists have done some songs karaoke style on J Mike's channel and on Darren Dobson's channel. And I don't know the names of the songs since I don't know the language. The name of my channel is the A7, and that's the exact spelling of my YouTube channel. On Discord, I'm Miss Boo number 8111. So if you're looking for me to send a friend request, if you put in Miss Boo, they're going to say we can't find the person. You have to put in the number behind that. So it would be Miss Boo hashtag 8111. And I'm a former DJ and radio announcer, so I really like collecting music from all over the world. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I enjoy learning about other folks' channels as well. I just don't know how to do it from the panel yet. I still haven't figured out how to write a comment to the chat while I'm up on the panel, but I'm still learning.
Well, you have to be on the YouTube side to do that.
Oh, I didn't know that was how y'all did that. Huh. Because you.
I am the only one who can type a comment from the StreamYard side. I can do it from both sides.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay. I always wondered about that. I thought it was a problem with my screen or the app or something like that.
No. But those who are, um, if you can choose a person who be as an admin on the StreamYard, you can do exactly the same thing as I can do. And you see exactly the same things as I do.
Well, I think I mentioned to you a couple of months ago that that was the first time that I was familiar with a host being able to create a co-host or a co-admin uh, uh, today or this evening, depending on where you are in the world.
Yeah,
Um, this is the first time I've been able to be at the beginning of a show, so I'm really having a blast already.
yeah,
Okay. Oh, thank you, Hello Kitty. Yeah, it is taking some time to learn, so I'm starting with the song lists first until I can
yeah.
figure out how to do the other. Do you do voice and mouth warm ups? Actually, yes, I do. Um, Before I went into radio, believe it or not, I was trained in. I went to university on an operatic scholarship. So I used to sing opera, and they have specific classes so that you sharpen your enunciation and your articulation, because when you're singing on stage, you have to over enunciate and over articulate singing the words so the audience can hear it more clearly. With radio and television, it's not so much exaggerating that. Just you just want to speak clearly. Oh, Hello, Kitty. Thank you. That's well. I don't know if that was directed. You might be talking to Shadow, but if that was towards him, thank you very much.
I think it was directed to you, my
Well, I
friend.
didn't. Yeah. Okay. I didn't want to sound like I have an ego.
Yeah, it was directed to you. So, and I have to agree.
And thank you, Shadow, as well. I appreciate that. Uh, um, One of the things that I enjoyed very much about radio was taking care of listeners because I had never planned to go into radio, and it happened by accident, believe it or not. Um, I trained to be a mixing DJ in a skating rink. I grew up in the skating rink. It was a neighborhood rink, and it was just a kind of accident that I wound up in radio. And what was the point I was getting to? When you get in that way, you remember what it's like to be a listener. And the big thing about being a listener is, what do you want? Number one, if you call that radio station and you ask them to play a song, you hope the DJ is going to play the song. Number two, you hope the DJ is not going to talk a lot. So when I went into radio, I made it a point to work that telephone to death. I actually had a $20 bet that if you could catch my telephone ringing for 20 seconds without ringing, I would pay that person $20. And in all the time I was in the music industry, I never once had to pay that $20. So I've worked that telephone to death, get people on that telephone, get to talking to them. And when they wanted to hear a record, I played it. And as much as I talk on the live streams on radio, I talk very little. I get in, I say, maybe something about what the weather and what time it is, and I get my butt out of there and play anywhere from 2 to 6 songs without talking. And believe it or not, I had the highest ratings in the city.
Yeah, you are good at what you're doing too.
Hello, Kitty. The biggest secret that I can tell you about becoming a better singer is to make sure that you practice every day. That's that's the number one secret to it. Corner Clubhouse Cobalt, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us today.
Welcome, Corner Clubhouse. Cobalt 66. Good to see you, brother. Also a nice guy from US.
Now, Shadow, we were talking about a friend of ours in Canada who, in recent weeks, got married. I believe
Yeah, for Haven.
Thor Haven.
Yeah,
I wonder how he's been doing.
yeah, I wonder that too. He's probably on his honeymoon.
That's why we were thinking that was it last week or the week before that we were saying that's probably why he hasn't been around. And I know that
I
he's
think,
busy as well too, but we love
yeah,
hearing from our Canada friends. Love hearing from everybody. For those of you that have just joined us, please kindly do us the favor of tickling that like button because we like the fact that you are here to join us. And if you would, please let us know what area of the planet that you are on currently. Today we'll be discussing the topic of storms, and they're affecting both Europe, where ShadowScoutSwede is, and here in America, where I am. It's roughly early afternoon here in America, and it's evening in Sweden.
Yeah,
Oop, Corner Clubhouse.
8:32.
Corner Clubhouse is already tickled.
Yep, that's
Thank
good.
you very
I
much. Thank you
appreciate
very
that.
much.
Yeah, the interesting thing is we had heavy rains today. Really heavy rain.
I'm still wondering if that might have had to do something with the level of headache or sparking it.
I have no idea. I'm very sensitive to air pressure. If there is a change in the air pressure too quick, I would get headache and
Me too.
migraine.
Yes, it, it affects actually many things on me. Hello, Kitty. I'm so sorry that you need to go, but thank you so much for dropping by today. That was wonderful.
Well,
I hope you'll come back and see us too.
yeah, get ready for work. Yeah, don't be late for work. That is a bad idea. So I understand, Hello Kitty. No, no problems.
Corner Clubhouse. I am in the state of Georgia. I'm in Southeast America, United States, which means we just got visited by Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, I saw some. I don't remember where I saw it, but that's correct.
It's acted very weird. It's crossed over Florida and done a great deal of damage. There are millions without power right now.
Yeah,
Um, the photo reports of the damage are very. Uh, it's something. I mean, there are people that are literally up to their roofs with damage, and you just see the roof and then the water level below. Um, but there are currently 32 different states that are sending either their electrical trucks and helpers to get down to Florida and help them as soon as possible. It's something Georgia Power has always been very involved in being early responders to go down to Florida to try to restore power to different areas as soon as humanly possible. One of the things that I love about LG, that's a good point. Dehydration can not only play a part in migraines, it can affect a great deal of medical conditions on the body. So staying hydrated, a great thing. Ah, Corner Clubhouse is in North Carolina, so they have too experienced some of the fallout of Hurricane Ian because after it crossed over Florida and then it edged in Georgia, we got most of the wind of the situation. This couple of hours ago, I spoke with a friend in Virginia Beach, Virginia, and they got 4 inches of rain in 3 hours. Even though the storm at that time was downgraded to a tropical storm, it's no longer a hurricane, but that shows you just how much damage uh, the tropical storm alone can do.
yeah. 4 inches is a lot of water
Oh, yeah.
in 3 hours.
Oh, yeah. Amen. I'm
That
glad that North Carolina wasn't affected with power outages.
Weather Channel this morning said 300,000 people lost power in North Carolina. Weather Channel this morning said 300,000 people without power in North Carolina.
My roommate just told me that the Weather Channel reported this morning that 300,000 people in North Carolina are without power.
Oh dear, that's a lot of people.
Yeah,
That is a lot of people.
I don't remember if it was the tropical depression or if it was the buildup of the hurricane, but if you'll recall, a few days ago it took out the entirety of Puerto Rico.
Oh
Millions of
boy.
people having no power, and that
Hmm.
since it covered the entirety of Puerto Rico, there were people that were still without power 7 days later. And when I say that, I believe I'm referring to most of them, most of the folks there. Well,
Oh,
Corner
that's good.
Clubhouse, I'm really glad. I'm really glad. Um, Having been in that situation before, there are so many different worries that pop up just from a loss of power.
Yeah, and I believe that if over 300,000 lose the power i- after a hurricane, that must take days to fix. It depends on how damaged the system is.
That's true, and how quickly the neighboring states will join in to help the effort. I imagine they're probably still the states that are north of Florida that are heading towards Florida, and hopefully they are helping to assist the states that are along the way. But since there are a lot of retired people in Florida, and therefore a lot of elderly people who require medical care, there is a focus on them getting down there quickly, and that is one of their primary concerns. I don't think the numbers are current, but at one time, Florida was the number one state for elderly people to retire to.
Yeah, I guess they retired to Florida because of the climate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my father's parents had, at one time, they would spend part of the year in northern Mississippi, where they originated from, and then the other half of the year in Florida until they just decided to go ahead and give up their home in Kosciuszko, Mississippi, to live full time in Florida. That's the Avon Park area. Lovely people. They're no longer with us, but they were wonderful, wonderful grandparents.
We don't have tornadoes here, but we can get hurricanes, and we can see them frequently here in Sweden.
Oh,
And the winds are really powerful even here.
we do get the hurricanes. Last I checked, the hurricanes can actually top. Let me get this straight. The tornadoes can actually top the wind speeds of a hurricane.
Yeah,
Faster, quicker, more concentrated, and they can disappear quicker as well. You know, the majority of tornadoes don't even drop down to the ground.
I have been in the middle of a ocean in 42 meter per second wind speed. So
Woo! Hi, Bob. Welcome aboard. We were just talking about you here just a moment ago and hoping you would drop by. and welcoming all of our friends from the Philippines as well. A couple of them had to leave since we began the show so that they could get ready for work. So good to see you.
42 meter per second is 151.2 kilometers per hour,
Yikes!
almost 200 kilometers.
And you were in the ocean.
Yeah, on a actually on a research ship.
Well,
They
okay.
took
Don't
water tests and well, they
yeah,
did a
don't
lot of things.
don't tease us. Tell us about this experience. How did you wind up in that situation?
Well, I was actually an intern. I was just only 16, 17.
Wow.
Yeah, and I I had that internship for a week, 7 days. Monday and Tuesday were pretty cool. It was not that much wind. Uh, Wednesday morning, my first job was going to the machine room and be there for from 8 to lunchtime, and on the afternoon I had to be on the bridge. That was fun. It was
Sounds
nice.
like it.
Yeah,
Sounds like a good learning experience.
yeah, it was. Uh, the ship was 25 meters long. So, and when I was on the bridge, wind begins to speed up, and when I checked the wind speed meter after a while, oh, 42 meter per second. How nice.
What
And the
what were the
waves,
waves that
the
beat
waves
into it?
just come all over the bridge and everything.
Oh
And the
wow.
ship were not that stable. Uh, when when her when the ship went up on the wave, it was just fine. But when she went down, she go down and then she rolled right and then left.
Oh, scary.
Ooh, it was pretty scary, yeah.
Especially to a 16 or 17-year-old. Wow, that is some kind of experience, buddy.
Yeah, and I had I don't know if it was pure luck or anything else, but my I just the first hour on the bridge, I looked out at left, and do you know what I saw?
What?
A submarine followed us.
Now, see, they're the lucky ones. They can go under, and they don't get all that choppiness of the waves. And once it's heck when they're on top of the water. I know this from my friends in the Navy. I've asked them about, what is it like to go through storms, and they say when it's on top of the water, you're getting rocked all over the place. But once you get into the water and you're underneath the main influence of the waves, it's a completely different story. Things return to pretty much normal, much better once you go under, but you can't do that on a 75-foot boat.
No, and that submarine had a big flag on the rear end. So I I believe it was a German submarine, and it followed us because the ship looked like a destroyer, but in the shape.
I see.
So that's why it's probably they thought we were a military ship, but we were just a researching ship.
Well, a lot of ships get repurposed. It's possible at one time, perhaps it may have had a different use. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
But
But the ship had a cute name.
what was the
I love
name?
that name. Argos.
Oh, nice.
Argos. Yeah, LG, I had got my sea legs.
Okay, no one else has asked, but I'm going to ask. Did anybody get seasick?
I get seasick the first. I believe I got seasick on Monday, and I was just fine on Tuesday, and Wednesday I didn't felt anything of it.
That's good.
Yeah,
Well, that's wild because you said Monday and Tuesday were okay, but Wednesday was the challenging day. Did
yeah,
I understand you right? Wow.
yeah. I was just fine, and well, I just began to feel sick later on Monday. So
Was that your first real trip out into deep
yeah,
ocean water?
well, we were between somewhere between Sweden and Denmark.
That is something. Well, I wasn't asking you in specifically. Did you notice? Well, first of all, were there other interns there on the ship? Was it that type of
Yeah, yeah. I
voyage?
had my classmate. I had my classmate with me.
So I was just curious if there were other people that got seasick too.
Well, he was probably fine as far as I remember it. But we had the worst cabin you can ever have on a ship. The best cabins on a ship is in those who are in the midships. But we had the last cabin in the bow.
Oh
You can,
wow!
yeah, that's the worst cabin you ever can have
Because you get
because
the exaggerated effects.
yeah, because when the ship goes up, you
Oh
suck down
man!
in the bed, and when she go down, you feel like you're flying, you're hovering in the bed.
Wow, that is a trip. You
Hey,
actually
oh,
caught
yeah,
air in bed just because of how quickly the bow was rising and falling? That is
yeah, and when you lay in bed there, and you felt the ship go up, and when she go down, it felt it took forever, basically. Come
I bet.
on, can't you go down a little bit quicker? No,
Homestead, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us today.
so that was a interesting experience actually. But I loved it and enjoyed it. I felt I belonged in the open ocean.
I was just thinking, it sounds like a wonderful experience, even though, you got to see some evidence that the ocean is truly the one in control and the weather and whatnot. Did you see any wildlife? Did you get to see any whales or dolphins or sharks
No,
or
no, no, I didn't see anything. Maybe some birds, but no wildlife. Open ocean. You could look at the horizon. You couldn't see anything but sea, but water. So
That experience alone sounds interesting.
Yeah, I love to be on the open ocean. It's nice. I prefer actually to be on the open ocean in 42 meter per second than flying.
Okay, now what's wrong with flying?
Hey, McBean Scottish Fitness, good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
Hello, McBean. Welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us today.
Sitting outside
Ah,
enjoying the sun.
Scottish
Oh boy.
Fitness. Where are you enjoying the sun? Today we're asking if people will tell us if you don't have to give the city you're in if you don't want to, but
To have a good,
if you
let's
tell
have
us
a
the
good
general
treatment.
area that you're in.
There you have him. There
There.
you
Hello.
have him.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, it looks very nice where you are.
Well, it's 72 degrees. It's sunny. Nice little breeze, and we're soon to have a some live music, an Irish band out here on the
Nice.
deck out here in Utica, Illinois.
Utica. Hello, Illinois.
So, how's it going in the upper European countries, Shadow?
Well, we have rain here in Sweden today, heavy rain, and the natural gas pipelines were, well, leaking.
Yeah, something happened.
Yeah, and some people think it's sabotage.
Yeah, a lot of people think it's
Well, yeah,
sabotage.
yeah, it is
Uh,
probably.
it's the timing suspicious, I guess.
Well
Yeah,
said.
and some of that pipeline were what they call economic something. It's
Economic
not.
terrorism.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you can't. It is not on our territorial water, so we can't do anything about it. But I know the Russians send some ships to that leak, but we can't do anything about it because they are not on our territorial water. So
right. Yeah, could you bring
Oh,
me out more? Oh,
they're being
oh,
very careful about how they're skirting the Swedish area so that it has all
yeah,
the earmarks of a planned thing. Not to mention that the U.S. State Department did make a statement that if Russia should invade Ukraine, to watch out for that pipeline, that's something that was going to happen to it. And sure enough,
yeah, that's true. And
a year
sometimes I
later,
wish they would. Sometimes I wish they'd just keep their mouth shut. Being a
McBean
mil-
and I agree completely.
being a military guy, I don't give anything away. I'm just a nice guy.
yeah, you're a nice guy. And the
McBean, do you mind
101st
if I,
Airborne too.
if I ask what area you served in?
I was 101st Airborne, so I was combat.
101st Airborne.
Yep, we repelled
Oh,
out of helicopters.
you're going to
So,
love this. I'm an honorary 101st Airborne and 82nd Airborne for my work in Armed Forces Network.
well, thank you for your service, son.
Oh, thank you for your service, sir.
We uh we tease the 82nd Airborne a lot, but we do love each other.
I know.
Hey, B Savage, good to see you.
Because
We
I
did a
dare.
lot of maneuvers together, you know, in training. And of course, I'm telling a story, so we always won.
I have my coins and everything. I'm
Oh,
serious about that stuff. That was one of the greatest. I mean, as a person involved in radio and professional announcing, I've won lots of platinum awards and city awards, civic awards, and whatnot. But the the proudest day was when the 101st came and brought me that coin. I
That
just
that is awesome.
literally cried.
Yeah, that is
That
awesome to hear.
touched me
It's
so deeply.
so when I was in, it was a long time ago. We didn't have coins, um, but then my kids went in. This was kind of a new thing, and I would do a lot of traveling, a lot of sales, and I'd meet a lot of high-ranking military people, and I would tell them about my kids and things like that. And they came home from one of their deployments. Said, "Dad, I got a coin," and I said, "Oh, check out mine. I got 5."
Yeah.
Boy, where are you getting these coins from? I said, "Well, I talk you guys up, and then I had full bird colonels, and I got to meet and talk to Vice Admiral Halsey face to face about five,
Wow.
6 years ago." And I told him, I said, him and I were in about the same time when he was restructuring the submarine fleet, and we were trying to recover from Carter.
Oh, McBean, you're teasing us now. You don't look old enough to even. Come
I'm
on.
I'm
Come
61
on.
years old. I do keep in shape.
You do. You look great.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're
Yeah,
most
he's very
welcome.
fit for his age.
Yeah, I think somebody called me an anomaly, but I'm Abby something from the. You ever watch the movie Young Frankenstein?
Abby Normal.
Yeah, it's one of my
One of
favorite
my
movies.
favorite
It
lines. Oh, gosh.
was Abby something.
We were
Abby
talking
Normal.
about how
I'm
much
sure
we
of it.
loved that movie and Airplane and It's a Mad, Mad,
Airplane
Mad
is the other one.
World. And
So they were just,
oh,
before the band comes on here, they were just playing Staying Alive. And I looked at the wife and said, every time I hear this, I keep thinking of that scene from Airplane. And she goes, yep, me too.
where they meet in the bar, I know what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
like, but Stan, I remember when my daughter was like 16, I, I pulled that, I gave a one-liner from it. She looked at it like, what's that? I said, oh, you haven't watched this. So we went out and the movie was like, the DVD was like $5. I bought it and we sat down and watched it that afternoon. And oh my God, she laughed so hard. She goes, this is so hilarious. Why haven't I seen this before?
It translates well over the years, and part two is not bad at all.
Yep.
Sonny
Yeah, I
Bono,
was,
William Shatner, it's got all
yep.
kinds of great parts in
When they go to the door,
there.
and I was a Trekkie. I was definitely when we were a kid, we had a 19-inch black and white TV. There was 8 of us, and my dad said we could pick one show a week to watch. So Star Trek was the one I picked.
Well, I had 3 older brothers, and by default, it was always Star Trek. I was a decade behind them in age,
Oh,
so late in life baby. But
but I was a baby. My oldest sister is 14 years older than I am.
yeah, because
But
my dad dates back to Army Air Corps.
yeah,
Try explaining that to people. They're going, huh? What? Yeah.
so my dad was World War II, and then he was also the Korean War. So he was a paratrooper. So I learned a lot from him.
Well, the reason that I told you that I was with Armed Forces Network, I know that currently they call it a different acronym that we
Right.
make fun of it and call it AFARTS. But that tells you alone that I date back to Desert Shield and Desert Storm.
Yeah, I date back to the hostage situation in Iran.
Oh, wow.
We
Oh,
would have been the first heavy unit deployed. We actually loaded up on the boats 3 times, getting ready to go.
man.
I had a shirt that said "Put a hole in the Ayatollah."
Oh, I love that.
So yeah, we were motivated. And then once Reagan got in, it was a non-issue. But I wanted to stop in and say hello to everybody here. I enjoy Shadow's
Thank you.
live streams and that, and I enjoy getting to hear some things, from a different part of the world and that, and I welcome everybody to, join in my live streams. But we're we're probably about 8 hours difference. It's
Yeah.
1,400 hours here.
And it's 9:02 p.m. here.
Yeah, so 2,100. So yeah, I'm not too far off. But I do in the morning. I do 3 days a week. I do a workout at the gym, and now we've got the people to sit and play some music. So if you want to enjoy some little country music here, or I'll let you have a few minutes of that, and then I'll sign off.
Shadow, tell him what to do so that it will make the Nightbot drop
I'm
his link to his channel automatically.
Yeah, I have that, but it's just type shadow, but for some reason it doesn't work.
I get the notifications really really well from you, but some channels I don't, and that's just anything that's going to be this. YouTube's a huge thing. There's going to be glitches. Here, I'm
Yeah,
gonna give you a little view of the music here.
sometimes I have to go back and recheck my subs and make sure that the bell is hit for all notifications.
Well, I got knocked off of Alaskan Prepper once. Also, I had a subscribe button. I said, well, wait a minute, I'm a member. So I hit the subscribe, and then I was still a member. But it was like, and then I know he said the same thing to me where, he was following me, and then I sent him an email, to have him on my show, and he goes, wow, I had to resubscribe. And I said, yeah, a lot of people have been complaining about that. And I mean, that's just probably a computer glitch. I don't think it's anything, conspiratorial wise,
I don't think so either, but on the other hand, it does seem to happen to a lot of channels that
Yes.
yeah.
It might be leaning to the right.
Yes.
Yes. So anyway, congratulations to Italy to electing a real woman who's going to sit there and take charge. We don't hear it much on our media here, unless you're on like Newsmax, which pretty much shows you everything.
Okay, folks, thank you very much.
Well, we're getting ready for the entertainment here. ShadowScoutSwede, always great to see you again. And you
Good to
guys,
see you
everybody have a
too.
wonderful weekend and safe, especially all over in Europe. And I will join you next week.
Please do. Very nice to meet you,
Thank
McBean.
Thank you. You too. And congratulations on your coin.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you for
Yeah,
your service and protecting our Constitution, dear.
sure thing. I got to figure out how to get out of here.
Great guest. Hello
Yeah.
to Dorcas. I can't pronounce the last name. It's very good to see you. B Savage is in
Loyai.
the house. Great to
I
see
believe
you
it.
too, as well.
Yeah.
Howdy,
I
howdy,
believe.
howdy.
I believe it's pronounced Loyai. Maybe that is what I get it. Dorcas
Oh,
Loyai.
thank you for posting McBean's channel.
Yeah, he has a great channel.
That is awesome that he was 101st, and I'm just an honorary 101st, but that just tickles me. We're known as
Yeah.
the tip of the spear.
Yeah, he's an awesome guy. And I love his channel. And he has actually two channels. This Scottish Fitness is his prime main channel. He has another one too.
Well, you can tell from his background, Illinois is having some beautiful weather today.
Yeah, no cloud on the sky.
That's a nice day for an outside concert, too.
Yeah, but anyway, these hurricanes can mess things around a lot. You risk floodings, you risk fallen trees over the roads.
Homestead said, just jumped out of a perfectly good airplane.
Yeah, that's Huga.
We're having some fun today.
Yeah, it's good people,
And
nice
some great
people.
guests and some lovely people dropping by. Where did Bob go to? Did he
I
pop
have no
out?
idea.
Well,
I
he'll.
have no.
I'll bet you. I'll bet you a quarter. I'll bet you a quarter he drops back by. I hope so.
Well, he seems to be still in the chat, but he's in probably in the background because I can tap the. Yeah, he's still there.
He may be up doing something in
Yeah,
his.
probably.
Yeah. Oh, he's got so many fun tools in his workshop. Hello,
Why don't you come
dear.
up?
Glad you're
Why
still
don't you
here.
come up,
Come on
Bob?
up.
Because
Unless you're
when
busy,
these
come on up.
hurricanes,
Let us know how you're doing.
when these hurricanes shows up, you actually need to do the correct preparations for it,
Oh, yeah.
especially in the states, because you see them more frequently than we do here. But I haven't heard anything about any hurricanes in a couple of weeks
Well, Georgia
here.
is not is not like tornado alley, but we definitely get our share of tornadoes. And because of our proximity to Florida, being just north of it, very often, if it doesn't cross Georgia, it usually hits either side of us, and one way or another, it's going to complicate things. Whether it hits us on the west side or the east side, which is the case with Hurricane Ian. It crossed the state of Florida and augured in a path across it and did quite a bit of damage, but then swung right back and back and back. So now it's up around the Virginia area, probably north of that by now.
Yeah.
But I was surprised when my friend told me, he said, yeah, we got 4 inches of rain in 3 hours. I was like, what?
Well, I heard the bing, and there we have Bob.
Hola.
Bob, how you doing? Hola.
Good, 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 good here, good here.
Looking
Yeah,
good.
yeah. You guys might have saw the video I made a couple weeks ago about tormenting online or internet scammers on Skype. One of the scammers, I tormented him or her for 4 days. You know, I started off. I said, I'm a senior citizen. I've had a mild stroke,
Oh,
but
man.
I have Social Security and a pension. So that
Oh, you
being
screwed up.
no. I know who the scam. I know it's a scammer,
Yeah.
and I live alone and on and on. And one of them, I tormented her for 4 days, and the other one was for over 5 days.
Bob, I got to see these videos.
It's not a real in-depth video, but I got 2 more just today. 2 more. Yeah. They hit my Skype account. One of them, oh my God. These folks are out of Ghana and some other place in Central Africa or West Africa. Most of them are from Ghana. And yeah, one of them hit me up today with a picture. She sent me a picture of herself, and she says she's stationed in Poland. She's a Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force. So she doesn't know that I was in the U.S. Air Force. I know a little something about
Yeah. Oh boy.
it.
That's beautiful.
So I know there's only one training center for all enlisted personnel in the Air Force. That's Lackland Air Force Base, San Antonio, Texas. That's one and only place, and that's where we all go. So I asked her, where did you go for basic? She said, Pennsylvania. And
Yeah,
of course,
right.
she sent me this picture of a female soldier. She's big and curvy, and the camera's up like that. Like, oh, bull.
Well, I'm glad you tortured her.
Oh,
I'm
it's
glad you
just
strung her along.
okay. I still got my Skype open here, so let's see what happens. Here's another one. I don't know where this one. This I don't know. Okay, yeah. Okay, Sandra Jerry is one. She just now pinged me a moment ago, and Amanda Williams is the one who was the Air Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force. Now, usually, here's all I have to do to get them to come back online is type in one word. Right, well, I'm going to do right now, dollars. Let's see what happens. And here's the other one, money. They're so kind to the senior citizens who's not quite all there, because they'll even send you a link to just click on the link to make an account for this cryptocurrency,
And God
and
only knows what else is in that link.
sure
Hello.
a second, yeah, I ain't touching that. For days, did you make an account? Yes, I can count. Oh, just click the link. Just click the link. Have
What
you
link?
seen my have you seen my shoes? I can't find my shoes. I mean, day after day after day.
Oh my God. Be Savage, thank you so much for dropping by, and it's great to see you. Come back and see us, dear.
Thanks for
And
stopping
please hit the
by,
like
Savage.
button for
Good to
us.
see you.
Thank you.
But I keep telling the scammers that I've had a stroke. I'm not able to really read well sometimes, and
Bob.
well, no, that's the people they target. That's
Exactly.
who live alone. Okay, come on, bring it on, bring it on. I'll ask, have you seen my cat? Yes, I want more money. I like money. I like women and money. Well, click the link, and the link will pop back up. And I have to go see my doctor. I'll see you later.
Oh, great. LG posted the link to Bob's video. Thank you, LG.
Oh, thank you, LG. It's just a short video. Yeah. I just torment them, man. So I typed in money on one of the scammers just now, and I typed in dollars on another one. Let's see what happens.
Take care, Dorcas. Thank you for dropping in, and please come back and visit with
Take care,
us. We'd love to
Dorcas.
see you.
I do have some good friends on Skype. I've been talking for a long time, and well, example is I was talking with one of them. She's from the Davao area where my house is at, and when we were overseas in April, I was talking to her, and my brother-in-law came up and, hey, Bob, who's that? Oh, she's an overseas worker. She's over in Qatar or someplace like that, and they spoke back and forth in Bisaya because she's a neighbor, nearby where they grew up. And I've got some nice friends, but these scammers, oh boy, it's just going to escalate from here.
Oh, it has spread all over. Now, I can't remember the name of the channel, but I subscribe to this guy who goes by the name Pagogi, and not only did he live for a while in India, but he picked up the language that the scammers most often use. So when they forget to
Oh,
mute him and they're actually
ah,
talking, he
he
can
understands.
not only can he understand it, he can speak it back to them when he busts them, and that's all he does on his channel every day is he busts scamming centers that are in
Uh-huh.
India,
Mhm.
and that is kind of like the mecca of where the scamming started, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the
Now
inner
it's
yeah,
it's
yeah.
everywhere. It's
Mhm.
everywhere. I saw a
Yeah.
scammer going after Shadow a few weeks ago, and I was like, no, dude, this is." She offered to help grow his channel and
Oh, yeah.
wanted to be paid commensurately. And
Uh-huh.
basically, she said, if you don't hire me, this and this and this is going to happen. And it was total BS.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Scare tactics. Yeah.
I know that because I'm one of the people helping Shadow's channel, and hopefully all of our friends will join us in that because we do have some goals. We want to help everyone, and hopefully everyone will help us take part in that. We hope to get as many areas of the world involved as we can so that we can really
Mhm.
drive home the message of the importance of prepping. It's never too late
It's a good
to
idea.
start
Very good.
prepping.
Mhm.
And we love
Oh,
seeing people like you, Bob. Hello,
uh,
Olivia. Thank you for joining
Olivia.
us.
Oh, she's a Filipina. She's the
Yeah,
city of Bacolod. Hello, guapa. Let's see. I'm looking at one of her videos right
yeah,
now.
Leva. Good to see
Yeah,
you.
but yeah, I'll keep you guys posted if those scammers come back today. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's fun when you tell them the stories about them. I left my backup here.
I love doing it. Just torment them, man. There's a really good guy on YouTube. He put on a gray wig and he's got sunglasses on, and he has a voice synthesizer to sound like an old lady. And I get a lot of ideas from his channel because.
That sounds like Pagogi.
Is that his channel?
Because, well, sometimes he doesn't need the voice thing to actually sound like an old lady. Sometimes he just raises his voice high and they
Uh-huh.
fall for it.
Uh-huh.
And then
Yeah.
he'll wait until they've suckered him for X amount of time, and then he'll start speaking their language to him
Oh
and
boy.
repeating and translating what they said that was ugly when they thought they had him on. Because he'll say things like, "Oh, don't mute me, dear, because when you mute me, it causes this," and just tell them total BS, and they fall for it.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I got a lot of ideas from those other channels how they would. Oh no, there's a squirrel out in my bird feeder.
That sounds
Ma'am.
like him.
Yeah, ma'am, are you stupid? Are you stupid, ma'am? Can you get that squirrel out of my bird feeder?
I love it when when he gets them convinced that he's an old lady, and
Yeah.
he'll get a scammer that starts saying things like, "No, I'm helping you because I love you." Well, I love you too,
Yeah,
sweetheart.
I've heard
And
him do that too. There's one fella on, man. He is a computer guru. I don't know how he does all this stuff, but
the one that
uh,
takes he can get into their computer and take their
yeah,
files out. That's
yes, yeah,
Pagogi.
yeah. This guy's name is like Jim Browning, I think is his channel name. He is a superb guru guy because as soon as I exchange passwords.
LG
And,
knows what we're talking
and
about. Yeah.
yeah, and he can get in there, and he actually has done this before. He's tracked down the money that they scammed out of people from the UK, and he's got into their system, took their money out, and gave it back to the people that were scammed. And it's like, wow, I don't know how he does all this stuff. I don't. I mean,
Obviously a white hat hacker.
absolutely, yeah. But he really is white hat because he'll even notify the victim's bank and talk to them, And then I love it was one time when he was recording a session where he was in their system, and the guy in India is like, he could see the files were just being opened up and
Yeah, and sometimes he'll act clueless, and other times he'll say, "Yeah, I'm taking your files. These are your victims.
yeah,
Aren't these your victims?
yeah, these are your victims.
You
Oh,
don't need them."
I'm deleting all of your records. What are you doing?
I know. Listening to them lose it is so satisfying.
It sure
you can
is.
do that. Not allowed. It's my files, my.
I know.
Yeah.
Shadow, if you've seen these channels, you can actually see him on the screen, and he'll show it while he is sitting up there deleting their channels.
Uh-huh. I've seen him even get into their security camera systems from his
Yep.
computer, and he watches them from their own security camera systems when they're just freaking out.
Yeah, Pagogi is not the name of his channel. He won't give out his real name. Pagogi is just the nickname that he gives people, but I'm just, it's killing me that I can't think of the name of the channel, but I'm already subscribed to like 200 channels, so forgive me.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but I got some good ideas from that guy who puts on the gray wig and he acts like a little old lady. The guy with the sunglasses, oh no, there's a chipmunk in my bird feeder. That's where I can't. That's where I got the idea. I can't find my cat. Have you seen my cat? Where are my shoes?
I can't tell you this information until I put on my house shoes. Can you give me a moment to get dressed? Well, it's going to take me 20 minutes to get to the Walmart to get your gift card. Are you sure you want me to get gift cards? Why can't I go to Kmart? I mean, it's just
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, these ones go through Skype only, and they want you to click on a link to get you sucked in, for whatever. And I ain't doing that.
They can control anything.
They can probably hack in and get into your
keystrokes. They'll have everything.
Mm-hmm. But the first scammer, she lasted for 4 days. And she did open her cam and let me see her, and she was in a building full of people, and it was really noisy. It's probably one of their call center type
boiler
places.
room, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
And a day. And another time I saw her cam, it was a different woman. So these people work in shifts, So
they're constantly saying, "Oh well, let you speak to my manager," and then they just pick the person who's willing to get on the mic next.
Exactly. They look over. Are you done with your lunch yet? Yeah. Okay, man. Here's another one for you.
Come play the manager for a minute. So yeah.
Yeah. These people that I've been dealing with haven't gotten to the gift cards from Walmart or any of that stuff, but they just want you to click a link, and who knows what they would do if I did,
Well, I heard on the radio commercial when it was when I was at work. I listened to the car radio stereo and the radio show there. It was a funny commercial. It was a guy who called up another guy, and the caller, he said, "Hey, good day. I'm calling from an illegal call center, and I just want to clean your bank account from your money. Do you agree with that?" And the other guy says, "Yeah, that will be just fine." Oh, just type in, and I need your. Okay, good. Type in the PIN code for your bank ID. And
that's a good idea for a public service announcement.
and
to
they
use
call it
humor to, because it's a very sad thing. You've got millions and millions of dollars that are being ripped off from senior citizens
Uh-huh.
and
yeah.
disabled people all the world
Hey,
over
two
right
beers.
now.
Good to see you.
That's where I got the idea, because a senior citizen center has classes like internet security and home security, and it's free. I'm over 55, so I'm in that category. So that's when I attended one of those classes for internet security, and after that was lunch, and I can get a lunch there for just a couple dollars, and sit at a table with the seniors. And that's when the senior citizens were talking about some of their neighbors who had been scammed. And I
Oh
was like,
man.
oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, as I understand it, a lot of the seniors have got Facebook and Skype to talk with their family.
Sure.
And that's where they just worm their way in. So it's like,
Oh
oh,
man.
okay.
Welcome, Guardian Prepping. Great to see you.
Guardian. Hey,
Hello, Two
Guardian.
Beers. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, Guardian. Good to see you, brother.
Olivia, are you still there with us? Mustakana, Kamustaka, how are you? Yeah,
Yeah,
she's from
she's
the
probably.
city of Bacolod. Yeah. I haven't been there yet. I'd like to go see some of the other places. There she is. Yeah. I just subscribed to your channel, Miss Olivia. Oh, look at all that food she's cooking. Oh, she's won my heart already. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, don't let your wife know that.
Shh, don't tell her.
Guardian, just to put you on alert, we were talking about you the other day, and you did a very nice job when you came on the panel uh, last week or the week before. Please forgive me, I'm still dealing with the pneumonia situation. Um, and would love to hear more from our Canadian friends. And you did a really nice job, so please consider doing that in the future too. Two beers, those damn Microsoft tech support pop-ups and Amazon scams. Yeah, they
Uh-huh. Hmm.
really got to be careful about that. I
Yeah.
almost fell for the Microsoft tech support thing about a decade ago. By the
Oh.
time it got to the end where they had said, look at, go to these places and look at these files. Well, you're actually looking at files that are not harmful, but they will tell you that they are and say, we can clean these up for you, and it's so and so fee to do this. And I'm like,
Uh-huh.
okay, that's where it started sounding hinky to me. Again,
Yeah.
I'm still
Hmm.
relatively new to the latest scams at the time. That was a fairly new one at the time, so it was over a decade ago. Um, when it came time for him to ask for my financial situation, that is exactly when it hit me, and I said, I'm going to select not to pay for this service.
Smart.
And the
Very
gentleman
smart.
said, why would you want to do that? We've helped you. We've given you this advice. We've shown you where the trouble is and all that. And I said, because I don't believe you're legitimate, and I don't believe you have a legitimate connection to
Good. Very good.
Microsoft. And he said, uh, man, I can't believe that you would do this after we helped you. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take money out of my own pocket. This money would usually go to
Oh.
my church, but
Oh,
I'm
there you
going to,
go.
and I'm like,
Mhm.
sir, you can say whatever you like, but I'm not going to move on my position. You would have
Mhm.
contacted me differently had you been representing Microsoft. And he wanted to keep going with the conversation, and I just stuck with it. Stuck to my guns.
Oh.
I am not
Mhm.
giving you my financial info. Nope.
Yeah, that's when I heard from the seniors at lunch after that safety program that the most of them who scammed the senior citizens were from Nigeria and Ghana. And it was like, and that's what planted the seed in my head. It was like, okay, all right, yeah. And they've lost a lot of money. Some of them just, they gave it over, and that's why I let them know that, oh yeah, I live alone. I've had a mild stroke, and but I
Oh,
have
they're
a
just
pension.
waiting to hear that you've recently lost your spouse, because then you're
Yeah,
even more
more
uh,
vulnerable. Mm-hmm.
vulnerable. Exactly.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Still have a pension. I'm getting Social Security. So, let's, yeah. the
They don't
one
even
the
have to know that. Just a basic age and the fact you're alone tells them so much.
Yeah, especially if you're in the States, they want those US dollars, for the
Exactly.
exchange rate. And yeah, that's like,
And think nothing. I mean, sometimes they take money, a great deal of money from these people, but they also
yeah,
have others that think nothing of taking everything.
they're psychopaths. They really
Exactly.
are. They're monsters.
By
Oh.
clinical definition, have no empathy.
hmm Hey, let me see. I'm gonna contact these two scammers again. Let me see here. Have you seen my cat? Let's see if I get a bite. Here's another one. The other one, the Amanda Williams, the Air Force veteran. Here, where
Oh, you're
are
still dragging her along.
my shoes? They haven't responded back yet, but I know that they never actually go to an idol. There's someone monitoring. Yeah, let's see if
Oh,
I get
my
any bite
Lord.
back. It's a new hobby. My wife just rolls her eyes like, whatever you do, you can have fun with them, hon. Just don't click on any links. I know that. I know.
Scam the scammer.
Yeah, just tie them up. That's my goal. Just tie them up, because if they're
Yeah.
spending time with me, then they're not contacting someone else. So yeah.
Oh, it
Oh,
sounds like. Go ahead.
talk about prepping, man. Right now would be the worst time for a disaster to happen at my place. Everything is in disarray. It's all in boxes, and we're preparing to move. So let's just hope nothing happens to us here, because it would be a disaster for us. I was Mrs. and I. She started a later start today, and we were watching some helicopter rescues from the Coast Guard in one of the Carolinas, and you know the I couldn't hear what they were saying, because they got a guy in a basket coming down picking these senior citizens up and stuff. But I could imagine they were probably some folks who just didn't have any food and water put away, and no power. So they're probably, because one was an old gal and her dog, and her grandson was like a young adult, and the Coast Guard had to bring down the basket and get them out of there. But being prepared for stuff like this, man, it's very important. It's really a big part of my life. Anyone
Yeah.
out there, you should be doing some of that stuff all the time. Always have stuff put away.
And if you're not prepared, make sure you are now before it's
hmm
too late.
That's right.
Because when things happens and you don't have the stuff, it's too late to get the stuff.
hmm That's right. Yeah.
We have 2 beers.
Hi, two beers. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna dump this apron.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Hi, Two Beers. Welcome aboard.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Wow, you sure do have a lot of reverb.
Oh, do I have the reverb on? Oh, yeah.
Have you been singing lately?
No,
Just natural reverb, huh?
no, I have my microphone plugged into a mixing board,
Ah.
and I was using the reverb previously for something else.
Hmm.
Yeah, that works too.
Would it be Snoopy of me to ask what? I'm just curious.
What?
Oh, that sounds good.
What were you asking? What about?
I was just curious as to what you use reverb for. I'm an old radio announcer, air announcer. Before that, I actually sang opera, believe it or not. Weird background. Oh,
Oh,
nice.
okay.
It's a very nice.
Yeah, that guitar looks really nice.
Big space in my heart for people
I built
who
that
can
one.
play.
I built that one on my balcony.
Dude, that's awesome. How long have you been building your own guitars?
I built my first one in a woodworking shop in grade 5 in school.
Wow,
Right on.
that's impressive.
And that would have been, I don't know, 55 years ago.
Whoa.
If you had to guess, how many do you think you may have built since that time?
Mm, probably 10 to 12.
That's just amazing. I would guess that over the years you've learned a lot about how to improve the different areas of the instrument, and perhaps you may have looked into uh,
They've
what they
all
call modding
they
the
they've all
amps.
they've all been basically electric guitars, so uh, there's not too much really modding you can do to the guitar to make it sound different.
No, I was referring to modding on the amps.
Well, I'm an electronics technician.
Oh, wow.
Mhm.
I definitely stepped out of my depth there, huh?
Mhm.
But I'm a big fan of Jimi Hendrix, and I knew that he did something to his Marshall amps to um, actually increase the distortion factor, which I think
He,
is interesting. I
he,
like
tur-
his.
he turned them up past 10. That's where they came out with the amplifiers that now have, say, 11 on the dial.
Mhm.
I love people who know something about this is Spinal Tap. God bless you.
If it's rock and roll, it's got to be loud.
Yep, that's for sure.
Absolutely. That's funny because Shadow and I talked about that for what, like an hour or so last night when we were talking
Yeah,
about
at least an
rock
hour.
and metal and industrial rock, and we had a great chat.
Yeah, industrial metal. Well,
And most of the conversation was about our favorite leads and introducing each other to new bands and whatnot.
It seems every time I make a purchase on off of Amazon, within hours I get a phone call saying they are from if it's from Amazon, if I've made a purchase of X amount of dollars, if not, press one, blah blah blah.
I I know that there has been a great uptick in companies that have been joining Amazon that are not delivering goods, but I would be just as worried about that contact to affirm whether or not the purchase was real. It
I,
Well,
might be worth it to go
usually
ahead.
usually when I get these calls is shortly after I have made a purchase from Amazon online. So my question is how the hell do these people know that I made a purchase off of Amazon in the first place? Or is it just
I,
or is it just coincidence that they happen to call?
If it happens that often, I don't believe that's coincidence.
Well, my favorite one is one that I get, and this is your social insurance number has been suspended, and criminal action
oh.
might be taken against you.
Uh-huh.
Press one. So I always press one,
Oh,
No,
I don't even feed
you,
into that stuff, man.
Well,
no.
I want to
Oh.
tie up their time. I'm
Oh, you do
retired. I
the
got
same
nothing
thing?
else to do, so fuck
But
it. I'll tie them up.
you're also telling a host of robocall centers, everyone from robocall centers to nefarious groups, that you are an active number.
Well, they already got my numbers. I might as well tie them up so they don't have time to. That's time taken away. They can talk to somebody else.
Well, I'll tell you how global these folks are. I was on Wide Family Farms panel last week, and my wife and myself both got a text message that said your PayPal account needs attention. We both got it at the same time, and I got on the panel, and then one of the ladies in Florida got the same message, and a fellow over in Israel got the same message.
Good grief.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
fishing. These
Yeah.
people are fast, man.
Well, that's computers for you.
Oh, you bet. It just probably just sends out a million messages a second.
Also, they spoof to make it look sometimes like they're coming from a local number.
Well, that happens all the
But
time.
I love that one.
Yeah.
Your social insurance number has been suspended, so I press 1. I got to talk to these people.
Hmm.
Oh, you say my social insurance number has been suspended? That sounds serious. And then you go on their tirade. I say, would you please leave it suspended? Oh, sir, don't know how serious that is. Yes, sir, I do know how serious it is. That's how Revenue Canada identifies me as a taxpayer. So if it's suspended, I don't have to pay taxes anymore. Leave the fucking thing suspended.
So, Two Beers, you're in Canada?
Yes. And I just got a letter yesterday in the mail from my landlord telling me that they retroactively have increased my rent, and I owe them about
Retro.
$1,800. Yeah.
Oh, dear God. That's the first I've heard of something like that.
Well, I ran into one lady in the elevator. I've been in the building here 11 years. She has been here 16 years. She told me that, well, she got it and she paid it right away.
Must be nice. Not everybody has, unexpected things in their income a lot of
Do a search on the internet right now. Retroactive rent increases.
Mm.
It's illegal.
Yeah, we live in a rental house for now, and when they increase our rent, the corporation sends out a formal letter.
Yeah.
That's the legal way.
They're asking for a retroactive rent increase that I pay right away. That's illegal.
Oh, okay.
They have to give me 30 days notice of writing of any rent increases.
LG, you're on the money. Hanging with the Chef, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us today. RG, Arizona Homestead.
Yeah, Chef.
It's so nice to have
that's a U.S. Air Force.
Today. Thank you so much.
That's a U.S. Air Force flag, Chef. I was just answering a comment.
Where I live right now, there's there's a bunch of high-rise buildings. But anyway, the two buildings side by side, they're 18 stories high. They're mirror images of each other. And apparently they've sent out this notice to tenants that have been in here for quite a long time. And some people have paid it without question.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
It sounds like either a scam or an illegal move to me.
Well, what a percentage is their odds are in their favor that people will just go and blindly pay it. And that would mean if you find out it's illegal after you've paid it, you have to go to the trouble of getting a lawyer to get your money back and blah, 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 and talking to government agencies, so forth and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, Two Beers, one of the last conversations that we had, Bob made an excellent point, and that is one group that's probably benefiting the most of them all is the damn lawyers.
Oh yeah, they always do. You bet they do.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Okay.
Singing with Hanging with the Chef. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, while you're in the audience, today is a very special day. And if you would do us a favor, please hit that like button to let us know that you stopped by to visit. Um, we're doing a sort of a oh gosh, I woke up without my thesaurus, without my brain dictionary. Um, but we're trying to do a special accounting today of the people that come by and visit. So we're asking everybody two things. Number one, please do hit the like button. Um, and the other thing, if you don't mind saying what area you are on the planet, we'd love to know what area that you're in. So very nice to see that we have another friend from Canada visiting with us today. That's
Hmm.
great.
I'll type that in the chat. Seattle, USA. Yeah. Well, I
I'm
still
in.
haven't heard
I'm
back
in.
from those scammers yet. Darn it.
Still waiting on two responses. Let's
uh,
see. You saw a squirrel and you lost your what?
no, it was
Cat.
like, yeah, I can't find. Where is my cat? And I can't find my shoes.
Oh
Can you find me? Can you
man.
find my blanket for me too?
Yeah. I remember I remember
I,
I had one of them on the hook. The one that was on the hook for 4 days. Yeah, I told her I have to go. I have to doctor's visit for I need to get more medicine and stuff. And you know what? I was out doing whatever I'm doing, packing or whatever. And hours later, I come back and she's still there. You know.
Real important visit, huh?
Yeah, just keeping them tied up, man. To heck with them.
yeah, that's about all you can do. You can't stop and you block the number and they call you back. And
Yeah, they just send
if you
another.
got the time, just keep them tied up and yank their chain.
Mhm. Yeah, these folks are over my Skype account. And there's one I held onto her for 5 days. The other one was 4 days, and I just got two of them just this morning. Okay, let's
And
see.
usually, when you get these pop ups, if you close it and then you get another pop up that comes up and they keep coming up, and then you just do the Control Alt Delete to get to the task manager
Hmm.
and close that particular browser, and then reboot your computer. And I bet
Oh,
if you
I
go, and I bet if you
yeah.
go back to the same link that led you to this pop up, you'll get
Hmm.
the pop up again.
Yeah. I just sent both of them just now. I have some money now. We'll see what happens. See if they come back on. They must be
Hello,
they
Texas.
must be on lunch break or something.
Hanging with the chef in Texas.
Hmm.
Chef, do you cook on your channel or are you a chef at a restaurant? Just curious. Vanessa Kitty, hi. Good to see you again.
Yeah, that's an awesome woman too.
What two things can you not eat with breakfast?
Hmm.
Hmm.
I don't know.
My grandson knew that one when I asked him.
I
Right
give
away.
up.
Concrete.
No, lunch and dinner.
Ah, I knew
Okay, there you go. There you go.
it was going to be a
Okay,
trick
then.
question. I knew it. The only thing I could come up with is you should be careful with grapefruit juice because grapefruit juice cancels out some medications. That is sad. What does that say about me? I see too many doctors. That's what that says about me.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Have you se-
Grapefruit is.
have you seen any of those shorts on YouTube from Tom McCraw?
No.
He's a singer, guitar player.
No.
Oh, he's got some good ones. They're funny.
What
Making
kind of music does he do?
country and western style, and he makes spoofs.
Oh, I love spoofs. I love a good spoof.
Like one you think he's singing to a girlfriend, and he's actually singing about his pickup truck.
Uh,
The rear end needs a bit of work, but the front's still looking good. What's going on?
That's funny.
what type of music do you like to play?
Uh, it varies. The only thing I don't like is bimbo sucker crap.
I don't know what bimbo sucker crap is.
That's
And
that.
I'm a DJ.
That's the rap music that you can't understand the words.
Oh, gotcha. And I feel you on that one.
Yeah.
My daughter came up with that label when she was 4 years old. Daddy, it's bimbo sucker crap. I was driving and I was laughing so hard I almost had an accident. Bimbo sucker crap.
Some things just fit too well out of the mouth of babes.
And my ex's boyfriend at the time, he was a bimbo sucker
Oh, great.
because he liked rap music and he kept calling mommy a bimbo all the time.
Be right back, guys.
Oh, to hell with that.
Okay, Bob.
Warm up a coffee.
Yeah, Bob needs his coffee.
Yeah.
Vanessa Kitty, did you miss my hello, dear? I can make a promise to you. You will have a much better time during today's live stream than the unfortunate things that happened on one of the last ones. Creative Redundancy checking in with us. How are you doing out there in Canada? Good to see you.
Yeah, he said he should drop in a little bit later than usual. So here he is.
So, Shadow, what do you think? Are you enjoying your live stream today?
Yeah, well, it's nice actually.
Yes, it is.
Nice, smooth, calm, peaceful.
Getting some great feedback, hearing from a lot of nice people, some
Yeah,
lovely people in chat. And thank you to all the people in chat that have been helping to take the place of the Nightbot. The Nightbot decided to just quit and didn't give us any notice or anything, just kind of pooped out. We don't know why.
I have no idea. I believe it's something with the algorithm to do. I have no idea.
Could be just a
So
temporary glitch.
yeah, it has been for a while now, that glitch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So when Nightbot doesn't work, use the three dots, click them, go to channel. It's easy. There will be three dots when you at the right side of the person's name.
That's strange because the three dots had stopped working for a while.
Okay.
Like when you hit the three dots, all you got before was block or hide.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vanessa,
But
we're getting an occasional greeting, but Nightbot's not responding to some of the things it's supposed to be programmed to do, as far as like giving out information about Shadow's channel, um, responding to dropping other people's address if they mention Shadow's name and things like that. So that's more along the lines of what we're talking about. Don't know why.
Hey,
Hopefully it's just
CR.
a temporary glitch that they'll clear up.
Yeah. Oh, I had a message from Gil at Camp Patton. Uh, he sent me a message saying he just now received a comment that I sent to him a year and a half ago.
What?
He just,
what?
yeah. And I had several, a few weeks ago, several of them that had, I had, someone made a comment over 2 years ago on my videos.
Oh,
2
I'll
years
do
ago.
Yeah,
that. I do
that
Yeah.
that
happened to me. That
when
happened
I'm
to me as
discovering
well.
people. I don't. I
Mhm.
figure, if I'm just discovering the channel, if it's 2 years old, I'm still going to make a comment. It can't hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. But,
But
I
you're
was
aware
finally,
of that?
they finally sent these comments, for 2 years ago. What the heck?
Well, I'm
Gil,
ashamed.
Said the same thing a year and a half ago. I made a comment on one of his videos, and he just now got it.
Oh, now see.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the interesting thing is,
Maybe it's because they had to reboot one of the servers that hadn't been rebooted in a long time,
It could be
or they had to reboot with a backup.
hard to say. Just one of those oddities.
a couple of weeks ago, I got a lot of new comments, so I checked them,
Hmm.
and the first ones were correct date on, but when I go further down, they were from 3 years ago comments.
Wow. Yeah.
So
Same here.
what?
Yeah.
Well,
That was
Bob,
weird.
I formally apologize because this is something that I've wanted to do for a long time. Thanks to the fact that LG posted the link to the video you were referring to earlier, that I think it has something to do about teasing these people that are scamming.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I was able to copy that, and now I can finally subscribe to your channel. Something I
Oh, okay.
meant to do months ago
Um,
because I've made no secret of this. Big fan of yours.
Mhm.
You have a great
you have to see
online
yep.
presence and whatnot, and I'm looking forward to catching up to your videos. So if you see a comment on a 3-year-old video, hey, I'm
Right on. Okay.
You have to follow Pierogi once in a while. That's a scammer payback.
I love the dude.
Yeah,
I'm subscribed to him.
and he got together with the other guy there, that former engineer from NASA with the glitter bomb.
Oh yeah,
I saw that. I saw that. Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
the guy that designed the glitter bomb, isn't he the same one that did the squirrel run 1.0 and 2.0, where he was trying to keep the squirrels away from his bird feeder until he finally broke down and made like um, a course like
Uh,
they do on
yeah,
TV.
he keeps improving on that one.
Oh, that guy just slays me. I haven't subscribed to him yet, but I watch his videos, and I thought the glitter bomb was just genius. I loved that idea.
Well,
Oh, I love that.
he got together with Pierogi, and they actually sent a couple of glitter bombs to India,
Yeah, I saw that.
right
All
into the
these,
camera center.
yeah, and these guys from India. What the heck?
And the fart spray.
Yep. Yeah, I think the one I've seen some of those videos where he got new and improved fart spray. It was actually cadaver rotten meat spray.
Oh.
Yeah. They use it to train cadaver dogs.
Actually, what he's using is that the stuff that they put in with natural gas and propane.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, natural gas doesn't have a smell. They have to add a smell to
Add
it,
a
so
Yeah,
you'll be
smell.
aware then there's a leak.
yeah. Apparently, to get that smell so strong, it's the amount that they have to include of that chemical is very, very minuscule.
I love the videos I've seen over time when they'll tether an Amazon package to their front porch, and the thief will run up and grab it and start walking away, and boing. Yeah, fart spray, all that stuff. It's just hilarious. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the count and the countdown.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
By the way, thank you, Two Beers. I believe I've been mispronouncing his name for like a couple of hours now. Pagogi, I think, is how I was pronouncing it. But I knew he used a nickname. It's Pierogi. Do you recall the name of his channel?
Scammer Payback.
Scammer Payback. Thank you.
And now he's opened up his own call center.
Oh,
really?
That's
yeah.
awesome.
You haven't seen that? Oh, yeah. Now he's got a team of 7 or 8 people working with him, calling up these scammers. And he's even gotten to the point now where he's intercepting their calls and listening in on their calls.
No kidding.
Yeah, and they'll break into the scammers call center and just say, "You're being scammed. Hang up the phone now."
Mm-hmm.
You gotta love that.
Oh, I'm at his channel right now. His Scammer Payback came right up on the top. He's got a big channel. Wow.
Big following.
He's got like 5 million people or something like him following him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, if he looks new to you, Bob, you gotta check this guy out.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when he does the old lady voices and they fall for it.
Let me find. There's another guy.
Also, while he's on the phone to these scammer centers, he's got a couple people working in the background, like when they ask for Team Viewer or Rescue Me or something like that. They try to get into the scammers' computer system.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, watching him sit up there and delete their files, and the scammers start saying, "Wait, my files are disappearing." Really?
Watching the live CCTV film video from the scammer center.
Bob, I'm gonna clue you to something. Scammers Payback has been around a while, and some of the people that you've mentioned, I now suspect are not him, but he's got some copycats.
Yeah, I posted a link in the chat of another guy. He's the guy I got the idea about. I can't find my shoes. Where's my cat? Kit, his channel name is Kit Boda. I just posted a link to his channel. He's funny.
I've seen him too.
He's hysterical.
I haven't seen him as much. I haven't. I have so many subscriptions. Oh man.
Yeah,
I don't do them all justice, but I try to catch as much as I can. Welcome, Nicole. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, I like that guy. I just posted his link because I just sit there and I laugh and laugh and laugh so hard because they get so mad at him,
Oh
yeah. I've got all the cards you wanted, and I'm gonna go bury them in the backyard. No, man. No. He has sound effects where it sounds like he's in a car driving, and I'm at the Target store, and and he has sound effects, and hello, ma'am, you're buying a lot of these, aren't you? And, oh, yes, sure. There's a fella on the phone, and he wants me. No, ma'am, no, do not tell him. Are
one
you
of those
stupid?
one of those two also will get videotape of the people in America who are receiving the boxes that contain those gift
I,
cards and get them busted on the spot.
I saw that. Yeah,
You
I
gotta
saw
love
that.
it. You gotta
Mm-hmm.
love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just use local American mules to pick it up, and then I don't know. I guess maybe they send it through mail to wherever. I don't know how they do it, but I saw that. I saw some of that. Yeah, I love that
It's
guy. I love that guy with puts on the gray haired wig and the sunglasses. He just drives them crazy.
Now, can he also speak the dialects and languages of the call centers?
No, no, no. His
But
link is in there. I don't think he
per,
can.
pierogi,
I don't.
scammer payback pierogi, he can speak.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. It's
He can
it's
speak
Yeah.
their language.
it's so awesome. It blows their mind when he'll sit there and he'll let them go along the whole call, and then he'll hit them, and suddenly they realize, oh shit, they
Hmm.
this guy knows everything we said.
I like that Jim Browning guy, the British guy. He is like I was mentioning earlier. He is a computer extraordinaire, and he goes right into their systems and you know deletes their files and all kinds of stuff. I have no clue how to do that stuff.
Well, I sent pierogi a suggestion. A few times he's gotten into their phone systems,
Hmm.
and it's a trick I came up with years ago when I used to install or service phone systems. Sometimes they wouldn't make their lease payment, and you'd see the salesman go in, yank the cards out of the phone system, and no, 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 no. I'd do a quick reprogramming of the system. I call it ping pong.
Hmm.
You know, the phone rings, it goes to a particular extension, correct?
Hmm.
So you set the call. So if it hasn't been answered within a certain amount of time, it goes to the next extension, and you set them all to 1 second.
Hmm.
So say you have a room that's got like 20 extensions in it. They'll go ding 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 all around the room, and none of them can grab the call quick enough. So when it gets to the end, it drops the call. So every time their phone rings, you hear ding 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 ding, ding all around the room.
All right. Yeah. Hello,
That's pretty
Tammy.
cool. Hi, Tammy. Welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us again today. It's good to see you.
Oh yeah.
On
Well,
Nicole, if you're just visiting, we would love to have you join us.
we're supposed to be getting the key to our house sometime very soon. It was supposed to be Monday. Now it's supposed to be Wednesday. So,
Well,
my
remind me, where are you moving to?
not too far away, but it's farther out away from. Uh, right now, we've been living here for about 10 years in a rental house. We raised the kids in a rental house, which actually is a pretty good idea. Kids are
Gotcha.
destructive, and um, we're moving a little farther. We're going to stay here in Washington State and moving farther out and try to get out of the footpath of the fentanyl footpath is what we're moving away from.
I see.
I'll be a little more clear after we get moved. I have a whole bunch of videos that I put on private because it showed too much of the outside of my house. Many of them were from a few years ago, but I'll make those all public soon. I'm pretty guarded about my location because there's so many perverts out there. If you show something outside your house, they'll
Oh,
go
yeah.
to work. They'll go to work for however long it takes until they find where you live. It's like,
Yeah.
what's the matter with people? You find and do something.
Well, if they think you're well set up, then they might think, well, just think of how much he's not showing, yada, yada, yada. The
Well,
only
yeah,
thing I
that's.
would caution you to be careful about,
Mm-hmm.
maybe you might want to put a disclaimer on the screen that you no longer live at that residence, please be thoughtful of the people in the future who might rent the house, because you
Yeah,
certainly don't want to attract any bad elements towards them.
that's true. But I do have, it's my whole channel is about storing food and water and firearms and clubs and things to protect what you've got, and home security and things like that. But, yeah, that's, and I live right in the middle of where all the radicals are in Seattle and Portland, and so
Yes, I recall you mentioning that.
that's why I put a lot of those
So I'm
videos on
glad you're getting
private.
farther away.
Yeah, yeah, we're moving
Welcome
farther out.
aboard.
Hmm.
We've got some new guests, Adventures with Sog and Sandra, Sandy. Thank you for joining us today. And I know that didn't I miss someone? I missed someone in the list.
It's easy to miss.
LG, you're doing a wonderful job today, both greeting and being a lovely addition to our chat team. Thank you so much. And to everyone that has just joined us, please do us a favor and hit the like button. We're sort of taking a poll. So we're kind of using the like button for a different thing. We're not trying to cheat and get likes. We're sort of doing a type of survey, um, and hoping to get some new information out of that. So if you would help us with that, we appreciate it. And as always, if you're not subscribed, please join along. ShadowScoutSwede he does this every Saturday. Throws a great birthday party, by the way, and he'll give you a 3-month advance notice on it, so you can hit a certain button and get an extra reminder as you get closer to his birthday. I thought that was an awesome idea. And he also drops usually a shorter video on Wednesdays. They're always helpful. And he covers some great topics on prepping materials, prepping items, the areas that you might want to look at if you're in, say, an apartment situation as opposed to a housing situation. So if you're new to the channel, I promise you it will be one that is great for everyone. Even if you haven't started prepping yet, it's never too late. And I've definitely found it's one of my favorites. And a lot of great preppers also come through this channel too, so it's a great
Yeah.
place to meet a lot of preppers as well.
Yeah. It's amazing people. And I appreciate every one of them. So.
Have met so many nice people through your channel, Shadow. I really have.
Yeah, it's good people.
From all over the world.
Yeah.
I just miss Verna.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. My gut feeling told me that would come
that was coming sooner or later. I told you guys this before. I remember Verna had a live, and I took my phone, I snapped a picture of her live, and I sent that to my wife. Hi, hon, spending the afternoon with Verna. Yeah.
Oh, how nice, Bob.
Yeah, tormenting the wife, Got to get a little torment on the wife.
You and the rubbing it in with Verna, I tell you.
There's another one. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh.
If the rest of you don't know it, Verna is so beautiful. The first time I met her,
wow.
I asked if she was a model.
I remember when you met her.
I was completely serious.
Honest, yeah. There's another one. She's a Ilocana. Her channel's name is Rebeauty. Oh man. Oh Lord. The Ilocanas are kind of darker brown than many others, and she had a video the other day where she's at the beach in Cebu and she put on a black bikini. Oh,
Bob.
oh baby. Yeah. I'll see if I can post her
Tickled
channel up.
me.
And I think Two Beers is married to a Filipina too. So
Yep.
Bob's wife is a great sport, though. She sees them coming.
Yeah.
She can handle it.
Yeah, I tell you the truth. I can tease my wife about any good looking actress or whatever, but when I mention a Filipina, that's when she sits up straight. Who is she? Yeah.
I did not
Well,
know that. Adventures with Sog. That's fascinating. If I remember, I came across Shadow's channel through a Stealth Campers Alliance or through someone in that. That's fascinating.
I'll see if I can find that gorgeous Ilocana's channel. Yeah, I've got a couple of her videos saved. And no. Well, I sent out one of her videos around because she went back to the province where she grew up, out in the farms and stuff. And there's a reason why the people who live way out in the province don't get depression and anxiety. It's because they don't have time for that. They don't have time to sit around and want and worry. That, like, she showed cooking breakfast. She had to split up some wood with a bolo and build a little fire, and it was really a delightful video. I really enjoyed it. But country living out there is, you don't have time to be goofing around, waiting and worrying about things, because there's like no internet connection out there. But I got to tell you, that young lady is breathtaking. Man. I think she's just a 10,
Okay, I missed it for a second. I stepped away. Who's a 10?
Oh, that Rebuti. I'll post up one of her videos.
Wait a minute. You're saying Rebuti is more beautiful than Ms. Verna?
I would say her face is not as pretty as Verna, but I mean, this girl is probably
bikini.
This girl is probably 5'7". Like, she's very tall, and yeah, she was in a bikini on the beach in Cebu. Like, wow.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I gotta find her video. I've got it saved on one of my playlists here.
Creative.
Yeah, that's creative.
Yeah, I'll find her. I'll find one of her videos here. Yeah, my wife knows I'm a healthy guy, and if I stop looking at pretty ladies, then she knows that something's wrong.
Yeah, it would definitely be something wrong.
Yep.
Y'all are a trip.
Oh,
by the way, I think I made a mistake on Guardian Prepping. Isn't he from South Africa?
Yeah,
yes,
from
he is.
South Africa.
Okay, all right. I think I misidentified him in a private chat a couple of days ago as Canadian, but I was complimenting ShadowScoutSwede on the week that we were able to pull in so many people from so many different countries, which was one of the
Hmm.
things that I was telling him that I was hoping for. That was the weekend that we did the topic on new government. And
Yeah,
since so many of our countries are experiencing so many challenges at what a coincidence, what a coinky dink at the same time, yes, they're different challenges, but the timing of them all happening at the same time, I find it very, well, let's say curious would be overstating it, understating it.
Well, according to the virus naysayers, it's probably just part of the worldwide government's conspiracy to reset the worldwide economy.
Here we go. There's a link to her channel. This is the video of the young lady at Cebu. And gentlemen, enjoy. Wow, 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 wow. She in a little black bikini out on the beach in Cebu. Oh, Allah.
LG, thank you for joining us and making it a lovely day. It was nice to see you, LG, and we hope to see you again in the future. Thanks so much.
yeah,
Thank
he
you for
stopped
the link,
stopping by
Bob.
all the time.
Well, people, I'm going to pop off and take my dog out for a walk while the weather's nice out there.
Okay, no
Yeah,
problem.
it looks nice outside your windows. Thank you for popping by, Two Beers.
Okay, okay. Next time. Bye.
Next
Peace
time.
out. Hmm.
Bye.
Peace out.
Oh, there she is in a little pink bikini. Oh, Lord, I miss the Philippines.
You get
Oh.
there sooner or later, buddy.
Yeah, we'll be back there December, January. But, it's kind of a misconception where she'll be wearing a bikini because they don't. They don't wear bikinis out on the beach there. They're a very conservative country.
Yeah, I bet they are.
I didn't realize that. I learned something
Hmm.
around you and Shadow and J Mike and Darren every single time I joined the live streams. Um, I learned something new and beautiful about the Philippines
Hmm.
and the people. It's just, there are some things that remind me of another people that I have met that have many beautiful qualities to
Yeah.
them as well.
Yeah, she's on Bantayan Beach. I don't know where we're going to go this trip. My sister-in-law does all the travel arrangements about places to go. I hope we can go out to Bantayan. Beautiful little island, and they've got a cozy little village built around it and stuff. I'd like to see that place, but oh yeah, I tell you, they're really conservative there. It's because I remember talking to my nieces a few years ago, and I said, you know, to my nieces, and I said, you ladies have got the most gorgeous figures on the planet. You're among some of the most beautiful women, and you don't wear bikinis out on the beach." And they just said, "Oh, we're a conservative country, Uncle. We don't do that." Man, I think I've got some pictures of one of my nieces in something that was as close to a bikini um, as they get. The she's already a nurse, and she's um, let's see, but they don't even date boys until they're done with their university studies. That's not, they don't. No, study first, and then, excuse me, and then they go and go start dating. But study first. That's always a priority with them.
Well, Bob, this may shock you, but people like that exist in America too. My parents didn't
Hmm.
allow me to date until I graduated high school.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see where I think it might be in my photos of, no, no.
I was allowed to attend prom and like the Sadie Hawkins dance and whatnot, as long as I asked a friend who just happened to be gay, but that's a
Mhm.
different story entirely. Um, but those were the exceptions, and they were very carefully chaperoned and whatnot. And
Yeah. Mhm.
everyone else my age was dating at 13, 14, 15. So,
Yeah, that was common with my daughter. Um, yeah, she didn't start dating any fellows around here until she was about 16. But over there, no, that's just not not done.
well, after seeing just how much and how sincere the students are in the area of nursing and whatnot,
Hmm.
oh,
Hmm.
I can see. I think I mentioned this to you before that I had gotten on a call. I forget if it was a call to AOL or it was Microsoft or what, but I wound up speaking to a gentleman and he asked me about my health and my disabilities and whatnot. And we talked for like a half hour, not about the tech problem I had,
Uh-huh.
but about how he truly believed that what I needed was a good Filipina nurse.
There you go. Yep, he's right. They are
And
so very compassionate. Yep.
have seen the videos of when they are just graduating and
Hmm.
knowing that their wish is to come over and practice here in America.
Yeah.
The saddest thing was I spoke to this gentleman, I'd say it was about 5 months after the spam demic hit, and
Yeah. Hmm.
it took out a great deal of Filipina nurses. And he said that he was not speaking of just the ones overseas, but those in the country as well, and just felt deeply saddened from his
Hmm.
news, and you could tell that it affected him as well.
Yeah.
But
Probably
they are
has.
so dedicated and obviously people that possess
Hmm.
empathy.
Yeah. Compassionate is really a really good word to use. Compassionate. You know, there's a. This
Empathy and
is.
compassion go hand in hand.
Yes, ma'am. They do. There's
And
a.
when you see them and they're celebrating this fact that they're graduating, but they're in their home, and you see the surroundings of the home are so humble, you can
Yeah.
only imagine what
Hmm.
that family did to be able to enable that person to attend the
A lot
school.
of sacrifices. Yeah. This is as close to a bikini as I saw any of my nieces. That's the oldest, Ate. She's a registered nurse now. We helped her with school. That's as close to a bikini as they'll wear at the beaches.
Wow.
That's skin tight stuff, and that's kind
And
of
by the way,
that
she's pretty.
that's kind of risky, for there. That's kind of like, well, she's
Hello,
covered, but
Nene. Thank you for dropping by. I hope I said your name right.
nay
Nene
nay.
bloggers in Sweden.
Hello, guapa. Hello, Nanny.
It's very good to see you. And please hit the like button so that we can count you as one of the people that stopped by to visit today. We're doing a special. Um, Now I had the word the last time I made this statement. Anyway, we're taking a special count today. It's not just to ask for people to like the video. It's a way of us to count so that we can do some comparisons when we look at the statistics. So even if you come here every week or if you're a new visitor, please help us out by hitting that like button. And if you like the topics that we cover, and we cover a great deal of them. Shadow has a wonderful um, span of different topics that he covers, not just prepping, but usually we do find a way to work that topic in. Feel free to subscribe. You'll find yourself at home and among friends here.
There we go. I got a couple snapshots. I took pictures off of my Facebook. So there's a Ate's my favorite. She really is. She's when I had cancer, um, she contacted me every day to check on me. So I mean, that was one of the sweetest things I've ever.
Bless your heart.
Yeah, she's a sweet young lady. But here's a. We were at the Pearl Farm Resort last April, and that's Ate under my arm, and that's her sister Tin right there. I'm sorry, it's not very coming through very clear, but yeah, yeah.
And she was
This
calling you long distance?
no on Facebook.
Ah,
On Facebook every day she messaged me, but this one here is I nicknamed her Chicken Monkey years ago back when she was a little kid. She's a grown young lady now. You know that's how they'll dress at the beach, is like that. They're really conservative. They don't show skin and stuff. You know. I called her Chicken Monkey because her auntie and Uncle Gary live in England, and when she was young, they were speaking Bisaya to each other. Her auntie was speaking to her, and she said something back in Bisaya, and her auntie goes, "Aren't you a cheeky monkey?"
ah.
that's where I got the nickname for her, Chicken Monkey. I talk with almost all of them, you know, once every few days or so. But if they don't contact me once a week, I send them a message, and you're fired. You're fired for the fourth time. You know. Then I'll call her dad. He last time I called him, uh, some of those boxes I had sent arrived at our house over there, and I called him and hey, thanks, bro, for everything. And I said, you tell the girls that they're fired because they're not answering my comments. Next thing you know, bing, hello, uncle.
I love to tease some of my friends and say, okay, I have now busted you down from friend down to casual acquaintance.
There
That
you go.
usually gets some kind of reaction.
Yeah. Most of,
Hopefully.
most of these young ladies are so busy studying, and I understand it. My wife just raises an eyebrow and goes, "Hon, don't seek their attention." I'm like, why not? We're going there in a couple months. I want to see what's going on over there and see what's up. What do they need?
So you're still
I,
working on your goodie boxes.
yeah, yeah. Well, we sent the last two boxes off. Those are going, and I got the girls some uh, Christmas presents. I might have shown those on camera already, but um, I've got
Like
them in a suit.
the circular thing that you can hang earrings from, or
Oh
also display plants with, or am I
no,
getting the wrong box?
those are already on their way. And I'll show you what I've got in a suitcase here. I'll be right back.
Ginny
Welcome,
Nanya, welcome.
Jeannie. Shadow Scout Sweet, I'm not trying to take your job. We said it at the same time. Jinx.
Yeah,
Jinx, you owe me a Coke. Jinx. Because we said it at the same time.
yeah, yeah. Bob has a lot of stuff he made.
Wow, Nicole, I did not know that Hurricane Ian killed 54 people in Florida. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's only at 26 this morning.
My roommate says Weather Channel reported that it was only 26 as of this morning.
Okay.
Keep flipping back over there to see updates.
Yeah, we're definitely flipping around and keeping up with the updates. not only the aftermath of what has happened to Florida, but then it bumping the side of Georgia and then hitting the Carolinas and
My daughter lives in Charleston, so I've been keeping an eye on it. Charleston got
Mhm.
5 inches of rain. The island right next
Oh,
to where she lives got 73-mile-an-hour winds.
mm.
wow. My roommate's daughter lives in Charleston and she got 5 inches of rain and wind that is 75 miles per hour.
73.
73 miles per hour.
Yeah, I got these gifts for the
Welcome,
girls.
Anunnaki. They won.
I got these gifts for the girls, and I'll just spread them out on a table and tell them all Merry Christmas, ladies, and getting them into some musical instruments. You know, this is a tongue drum. That's one.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's just like,
That's got an interesting sound to it.
Yeah, it has.
and I had one of these at my house, um, and a kalimba, and the two older. There was 4 Filipinas. I got a video. I got a video of it.
I
It's
was
like,
just I was
yeah,
just going to mention a kalimba and
hmm
make
I
a
have one.
reference. It kind of makes a similar sound
Yeah,
somewhat. It's
yep.
not the direct notes that you can play on a kalimba, or at least as far as I can tell. But do you remember when Maurice White, the lead singer of Earth, Wind, and Fire, started using the kalimba in between the different
No,
songs that they would be playing? Well, maybe you're not an Earth, Wind, and Fire fan. If you are, you would definitely remember the time span where he had started incorporating that instrument. I thought it was very fascinating.
but when I was over there last April, I already had a kalimba and a tongue drum. And when the nurses showed up for the house blessing, I passed them a tongue drum and a kalimba, and all 4 of those ladies sat there. I knew they'd love them, and yeah, this is a kalimba.
That's a nice kalimba.
This is going to go to the. I'm just going to spread these gifts out and say Merry Christmas, girls. Just you choose, you know. But they had a great time playing these things together. And one of the young ladies that was playing this at my house, she went and bought her own. I was like, boom, you know. Music always does you good. It's a good stress reliever, and
Sure.
yeah, that's coming. And then this is a neat little thing here.
James, welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us.
This is a type of a flute. I don't know how to play it. I can't teach them how to play it, but these girls are darn smart and they'll figure it out in no time.
Oh,
That's a
yeah.
type of a flute. Yeah. And then,
And Anunnaki, welcome as well. Things are going pretty good here in Georgia.
and here's another thing.
Georgia, United States, Georgia, that is.
This is a little harp. Just a little tabletop harp. You know, I thought the girls would probably. I don't know how to play it, but I'm going to give it to the girls. And like, you guys choose which one you want, and it's yours. Merry Christmas. You know.
Oh, they'll all love it.
Yeah, I think so.
Just judging from the videos that you shared with me, excuse me, a few months ago about how everyone likes to get in and join in on the celebration of music activities. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't play an instrument, anybody can play a percussion.
Yeah, exactly. And then this one here. This one's a Native American flute. I got for the girls. Yeah, this one.
Nice.
Yeah.
My
So we
cousin
got.
was building those just before he passed away. I was
Oh, these
really
are awesome.
hoping that I could get one of them because I knew that he had made many. He brought some of them to my father's funeral, but I can't seem to get his wife to cooperate.
Just a minute. I'll go put these away.
Yeah. Tammy says even the major interstate I-75 was closed due to flooding. They have stopped the USPS, and the flood stage in my friend's town is 12 inches. This morning it was 23.5 inches over flood stage. Oh, that suck, really. .5 inches over flood stage. I guess that his basement, is probably got some water in, leaked into the basement. My cousin is an electronic engineer. He collected some serious old school parts. He even have collections of 1920s radio tubes no one has today. So he fixes old devices and instruments. That's cool. That's really cool.
By the way, Nicole was on the money there. We're looking at an update right now on Weather Channel, and it says that the Ian's overall death toll has risen to 54. So I believe they're including all of the states that are affected.
Oh no. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were watching some storm surge in one of the Carolinas, Mrs. and I, and wow, that was wow. It was like a tsunami, is what it was. It just boom, just plowed right through the city.
That was another thing that they were covering. We had a chatter in earlier that was saying that there was no power outages in North Carolina. That is definitely not the case. President Biden has declared relief be sent to the Carolinas, including North Carolina, because of the power outages up to.
Hey, Pilgrim Prepper, good to see you, brother.
Last number I saw was 300,000 without power in North Carolina.
Oh, I can believe that.
I need to double check that, but if that's North Carolina, you can only imagine what the power outages are for Florida right now.
Yeah, that must be terrible, especially if the power outage is for a long term. That will be a huge problems.
Two Bridges is out, huh? Wow.
Oh, I hope that those two bridges is not that priority number one bridges, very, very important bridges.
I hope not, yeah.
Because that would suck really.
Pilgrim Prepper, God bless you too, dear. Thank you for joining us today. For those of us that have just come in, please do us a favor, tickle that like button. We're doing a bit of a survey, so I'm specifically not asking everyone to just like the video because we're up here. No, it has something to do with we're doing a bit of a comparison in the statistics and the what's the other word? The information that YouTube gives you about your channel.
Oh, okay.
So I like to do some comparisons so that we can help make the show better for you.
Do you guys recall 2 years ago when Texas got hit with an ice storm and all that?
Oh yeah, and how many people had burst pipes?
Oh yeah, what a disaster that was. And I remember seeing lineups of people trying to get propane and essentials. Folks didn't even have candles in their apartments and their homes. They were stuck out there with nothing. And
They were
I mean,
blindsided.
yeah, I
Just
realize that.
blindsided.
Yeah, I realize that they don't get ice storms there, but it's like, hey, guess what? You got to change your ways.
Anunnaki, you are most welcome. Very glad to see you. We're so happy that we've had so many people dropping by today. And we've also had very interesting conversations each weekend that have varied on the topics very much. So please keep checking in and contributing your comments in the chat section. We do pay attention to this and appreciate the topics that you are discussing as well. And we find a way to work it all in with the topic that Shadow Scout Swede chooses for the day. So you'll find it's very much a give and take situation, and we hope that you enjoy it that way.
I'll go get something to show you guys. I've showed this item before. I'm looking at some channels here. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll go in the house and get out one of the few things that isn't packed away. Like I said, if we have a disaster at my place right now, we'd be in trouble. All my gear is packed up in boxes, but
Yeah, that would take some time to find the right box to get the
yeah,
right gear.
yeah, that's a fact. Yeah. Let's see. I'll be right back.
Okie doke.
Okie doke. Some still don't have power out east from Fiona. I have to check later though. Okay, see you. These storms mess things up really for people. Grid goes down, flooded basements. There is a lot of damage. And Bobby's back.
Yeah, this one is not packed away yet, but I would recommend to anyone who's getting started in preparedness, something like this is very handy. And get a few of these propane bottles. I bought this secondhand for $4. And
Wow.
in
Wow.
in 2020, we had a sustained power failure during all the craziness that was going on in the riots and stuff in 2020. And this right here came in handy. I just set it on my kitchen table and cooked quite a few cans of beans and soup right on top of this. And these bottles, you can keep your eyes open for when they go on sale. And
I was
pick
just
up.
fixing to ask,
Yeah.
what did you cook on top of it? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
just out of curiosity, if you had the right pan, could you do scrambled eggs?
Sure you could.
You can
Sure you
do
could.
you can do
Anything.
anything
That's
on
a
it.
handy thing to have around then.
Yeah, that's why I got this at the Goodwill, I think, for $4. And when I saw that for $4, like, you're
Grab
coming
it.
home. Yeah, you're mine. Yeah, and this came in handy. I was my daughter was a hermit up in her bedroom a couple years ago, and she come down because she's kind of scared during the power outage, and come here, honey, you want some hot soup? Here you go. Just cook away, and it also keep you warm a little bit too.
Just out of curiosity, Bob,
Hmm.
any general idea how long something like that would last, or what the capacity of the
Oh,
I guess that's a hard question.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean,
specifying how many meals per day or anything like that, so it's kind of tough
gosh,
to answer the question.
it's
But
it's hard to say. Um, I didn't really keep track, but I cooked quite a few cans of soup and chili and beans and stuff on this, and this is still the same bottle, so it lasts for quite a while, long as you're
Yeah.
conservative with it, of course.
Yeah.
looks like a great item to have around.
Yes, it is. That's why when it was for $4, you're mine. You're coming home. Very easy to start. And there it is, putting some heat out right there. That's it operating. Something like this would be a good thing to start with. If you're brand new at preparedness, this is a good item to have.
No doubt, I can think of all kinds of things you could cook on that.
Hmm. Yeah, just about anything, long as you're careful and don't get too knocking it around. But I took a next step, and I had bought one of the large propane bottles you see for barbecues and all that, and I bought an adapter on Amazon, and I can now recharge these, refill them, and very simple to refill these things. Just through
That's
screw an adapter.
awesome.
Yeah,
And
just
it's a
take the.
Coleman.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, these bottles are Coleman. Yeah, and I mean, you could even get propane bottles at a hardware store. It's the same thing. Propane is propane, and they thread right onto here. You know, there's a standard. The tall, skinny bottles that are propane, they work on this too. Same with the
Oh,
lanterns.
okay. So the entire unit is not Coleman. It's the
No, no.
okay.
This unit, I'm not sure where it was made or anything, but it's stainless steel. It's Chinese, of course, but was for $4. And yeah, the Coleman, these things, you just buy an adapter on Amazon and take your large bottle of propane for your barbecue, turn it upside down, thread the adapter in there, and then this threads into the adapter. There's a video of that on my channel. But I made sure that I've got quite a few of those portable propane bottles put away, so that I don't have to go through and refill one all the time. I can just grab another one, set the empty one aside and wait till the power comes back on and recharge them when it's convenient.
Anunnaki just brought up an interesting comment about the Atlantic Ocean carrying the burden of the African weather changes, especially from South Africa and northwest of the Sahara. The sands from the North Africa actually feed the Amazon jungles. Now, here's something cool.
Mm.
If you're familiar with the channel Mr. MBB333, that's all one word. There's no dots or anything in there. It's a YouTube channel. He has a website as well that you can find if you go to his YouTube channel. He usually puts out at least one video a day, and he focuses on weather and earth changes, such as he'll show everything from the Schumann resonance to the current earthquake activity out at Yellowstone and things like that. And one of the
Mm.
things that he is particular, I find this interesting, is you can watch the path of the sands of the Sahara crossing the ocean all the way across to the other continent, where it does actually reach the Amazonian jungle.
Mm.
Yep, every year. There is a certain weather pattern where that happens. So Anunnaki's correct about that. Little bit of a correction about how much we can control the weather, though. Some of our past military experiments have involved dropping certain chemicals into cloud formations. I don't recall the chemical. If anyone else does, feel free to bring it up. But they can have an effect and cause rain. I don't know how far that goes into your definition of quote controlling the weather unquote, but yes, there
Yeah.
are ways to affect it, and Some of us, I won't say who, believe that HARP is really not so much an experiment as to controlling certain levels of the atmosphere, and I'll just leave it at that.
Well,
I think it
I
has a
got a up.
lot to do with harmonics and other things.
I got an update on my scammer update. I had sent off at
Oh, goody.
I set off at 12:33. No, 12:50. About 5 minutes ago. I have money now, and now at 1:48, the scammer said, "Hi, how are you doing?" As soon as you enter something about dollars or money, they come back.
So
Hi,
they
I'm
can't find
here.
your cat, they can't find your shoes, but
I
you
haven't
just
gotten
jump
that
up and
far.
say, Genie, that's right. It did have silver in the name. Silver nitrate, something like that. And cloud seeding is correct as well. Thank you for
Yeah, I
that.
want to. When she mentioned that one, I want to show you an article I got from on my newsletter. Um, it's a news that called Natural News, and would like to share it with you guys. And I don't know if how much truth it is in it, but um, I'm gonna enlarge this a little bit. Not too much, probably. Okay, guys, what do you think about this? Weather weapons are targeting human infrastructure, aiming for extinction level event (ELE) via mass famine and collapse. I got this today.
I would say that number one, they are not alone. Number two, there are several people on the planet that have similar opinions as toward is what is being done towards the world populace, which is another reason why I was explaining to you that I would love to see the panel become more world represented in the topic of prepping overall and of sharing the coincidence of the timing of how so many countries are facing so many different challenges. Somebody summed it up in a nutshell, like real. It may have been two beers that summed it up in a sentence fragment very well. I'm not that kind of a person that goes out looking for conspiracy theories either. I think it's just a little bit hard for us to overlook some of the challenges just in North America. Not only, I wish we could show a video. There's a gentleman with a channel called John Talks. Now, here's two things I appreciate about this channel. Number one, the majority of every video he puts out is between 20 and 40 seconds. That's the majority. Sometimes he'll go a little bit over. But his whole thing is about showing how cuckoo nuts the United States is going as a whole, but especially what's coming out of Washington. And I had one video that I was saving that was called What It's Like to Experience a Person Who Has a Delusional Mind. And I thought that it was a video. I didn't see that it was from this guy. I thought it was a video that was actually more about psychopathy or psychology or whatnot. No, it's a 25-second vocal clip of the what do they call it? The lady who speaks to the press corps every day at the White House. And what she was saying is that Biden has brought in uh, basically that he's improved the country in historical ways. It's like a 40-second video. I'll try to find the link if y'all want me to post it. Um, Shadow, I guess I would have to let you post it to the chat. But it's 20 seconds that you got to see to believe of just how badly they're lying to the American public. And it's all summed
Mm-hmm.
up in like 20 to 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But this guy puts out like 2 or 3 of these a day, and some of them are just so hilarious you cannot help but laugh at it, even as serious as the topics are. Anybody interested?
Yeah. Just post it up. I'll look.
Yeah.
I'll have a
Okay.
look.
Okay. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
So, what do you? I posted the link to this article in the chat, and I also put it in the private chat for you guys, so you can check it out for
Okay.
yourself more closely. And I will put it in the description box for this stream as well. So I don't know how much truth it is in behind that, but there are at least 2 podcasts that are over 2 hours that are together probably. So here is one of them, one podcast, and I believe here is the other one. And I got this today, so that was pretty convenient. Um,
Yeah. That wouldn't. I wouldn't put it past some of those psychopaths running government.
so, how much truth do you think it is behind it?
I think it's very, probably very true. Um, they're going to start off with some smaller country somewhere and see how well it works. And if it works well, then they'll move on to the bigger countries.
Yeah,
So far in human history, every form of government has worked very hard to prevent starvation because every form of government knows that once the population starves,
yeah,
you lose it. It's over. The
yeah,
leadership will be ripped apart by the population. But they were very successful in Sri Lanka. Very
yeah,
successful at doing that. The leadership of Sri Lanka, when they got on their helicopters and flew out of the country, they looted every bit of currency out of that country. And one of the first things they did, this is something to watch for, is they stopped importing chemical fertilizer.
yeah,
And then the yields on their farms started declining. And that's one thing to keep your eyes on, how they'll stop chemical fertilizer. And yeah, that's a key indicator that it's coming your way. It's coming. I think they're doing something like that with the Netherlands right now. It's all orchestrated.
yeah. It usually are.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody, the big boss, stand there with his little
Mm-hmm.
stick and point. You do that. You do that. You do that.
Uh-huh. And they're immune from everything that happens. They're immune from it, and they know it. And they're just monsters.
and I post the link in the chat that Miss Boo find. So
Canada's starting to do that right now, Jenny. Watch out. Watch out. Wow.
I'm gonna check this.
There, I the Philippines is a small country, and I saw firsthand how they fertilize their crops.
Yeah,
One day there was a semi truck pulling into a facility in Davao, and it was full of tree stuff and shrubs and organic material. I asked my niece, what's that? And she says, that's fertilizer, Uncle. They'll take it in there and they grind it and compost it. So they don't. I don't think they really very very little reliance on chemical fertilizer. They use all natural stuff. So there are ways around it, but it's very very profitable to have chemical fertilizer. It's somebody's making a lot of money at it now. It looks like they might be
I agree.
they might be looking to shut that down. But there is ways to fertilize your crops. I found a little place in Mindanao in the Philippines where it's just a cottage business. These guys cobbled together a grinder, and there's three guys running the machine, and they're throwing material in there and sifting through it and throwing the big pieces back inside and grind it more. And
Mm.
when it gets down to little particles, you could actually fertilize your crops with that, just like you do with chemical fertilizers. So
Yeah, it's like granule size, so it's like it takes a
yeah,
little bit longer because it's
yep,
not water soluble right away. The microbes still have
correct.
to break it down, but in time.
Yep. Because I remember
So
growing
it's
up
not a quick
far.
fix. It's
Yeah,
not a quick fix.
yeah.
You have to
You got
put
to
it in
plan
year
ahead.
after
Yeah.
year, then it
hmm
builds up.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to
You
plan
build up the
ahead.
soil and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hence why gardening is better to do it now, not later. Now.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
got to
True.
build up the soil,
Mm-hmm.
especially if you don't have, ooh, look at this liquid fertilizer I can get. Okay. I
Oh,
guess it's just
geez.
me and Bob talking.
Jeannie, Nunya. Yeah, she's got some information right there in the chat.
Yeah.
Boy.
I think if I remember it, because it's from the methane. Yeah, because it's not from the methane. I'm trying to remember now.
Yeah.
It's a byproduct of it.
I
So it's easier to extract the nitrogen out from that.
Mm-hmm.
Then they usually bond it with like ammonia or something like that.
Yeah. I can't wait. We should be getting our key to our house soon, and that's going to be one of my projects, is turning some of the backyard into growing food. But
Or more productive land where it's actually like not just
mm-hmm.
grasses.
Yeah, not just lawn. I want to maybe start off with some potted beans and peas and things like that, and see there's I don't like using chemical fertilizer in the grass and stuff like that, because it kills all the earthworms. And then it just, well, when I was growing up, we had lawnmowers that would just chop the grass and spit it out, and we never had any problems with mushrooms growing in the soil or anything like that. If there was clover in the grass, oh well, so what? They just leave it and just cut it, and it was always healthy green, and it was full of earthworms, and the soil was rich.
Well, yeah, that's
So
something you don't get from chemical fertilizers is aeration from the microbes going through and the worms and all that stuff.
And once you kill the earthworms, you lose all your aeration, and the water absorption just goes to downhill, and
Yeah,
it's
because
not
there's no spaces for the air and the water to go through anymore.
correct. Yeah,
It
you're right.
becomes what's that word called? Compaction. Oh no, not compaction. I forget the word.
Yeah,
That's why you get erosion, because the ground just doesn't absorb the moisture, so it just runs off.
It won't self-sustain, and so if we might hire a grass company to cut our grass, or I'm just going to get the most basic push mower and take the bag off of it and just let it fly. I don't care if the neighbors don't like it or not. I don't care. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting over there, and I've got all kinds of plans, but it's going to take time.
Oh yeah, so yeah, the natural way will take some time.
The thorium reactors were actually built, tested, and provided better energy at almost free cost by UCLA professor in 1960. The project immediately was shut down by U.S. government. I never heard about those thorium reactors.
I haven't
Do
either. I don't
any know what that is? What a thorium reactor is?
A little rusty on that information.
Yeah, I sure don't know what that is.
I'm not. That I don't have knowledge in.
Thorium. You can use thorium, best stable clean energy, but governments around the world agreed not to have public access to it because they can't make money out of it.
We have access to far more how shall I say, advanced technology than we'll ever see. There was a time when Tesla had announced that he was able to pull energy out of the air. I'm sure that some of us Tesla fans are at least a little bit familiar with what I'm talking about. And J.P. Morgan said, if you can't put a oh shoot, if you can't put not a thermostat. In other words, if you can't put something on it that I can measure it and make money off of it, I don't want it.
Yeah, it sounds like a greedy billionaires,
That's kind of how they got that way.
Hey, I couldn't resist. On the side chat, I couldn't resist from that.
I'm sorry, creative. I was gone a few minutes. I missed a few things.
Oh, it's just on the side chat.
It's just on the side chat.
Yeah, just making conversation on the side chat. I was listening to you guys earlier, by the way. I was working in the back.
Even when we were talking about you, it was terrible. It was terrible. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know that guy? He still owes me $20 from last weekend. He won't pay up.
Oh, the $20 of not getting your calls, Miss Blue. I heard about that one. I told you I was working. I know. I heard that.
I did not. I did not. While I have you here, there's a question I have, and I'm always trying to learn something new, both about creators and YouTube in general. It's now been over a couple of weeks since you posted a brief video about Canadian geese. You know which one I'm talking about. It was pretty short.
Yes.
Okay. If I were to leave a comment on that, even these 2 or 3 weeks later, would you still see it?
Well, leave me a comment.
Yeah.
We'll try it out. We'll try it out right now.
Should be.
We'll try it out right now.
I got so upset because my computer went through a crash and it erased most of this. It's a story about an experience I had with Canadian geese. And I think it will blow people's minds because I've never heard of anything like it. And if anyone can help explain this phenomenon to me, I would like to know what their theories are, what caused this. And I kind of feel like I'm kind of cheating right now for not just explaining what the heck I'm talking about. But it was a beautiful experience. I will never forget it as long as I live. And I have no explanation for why these birds would act in such a way, but I'm trying not to. Number one, there's two reasons why I'm trying not to say. If you have not checked out Creative Redundancy's channel, you should. Number two, when you go to his channel, look up the video that's recent that says
Well, actually, it's not
Canadian.
recent.
Well, it's a couple of weeks old.
Was recent.
Hasn't it been within the past month?
Oh yeah, it's still there.
Okay. I'm sorry, dear. I've been fighting. I'm now in week 5 of fighting pneumonia, so my brain may not be up to 100% capacity. My voice sounds better, but yeah, whenever you see me mute, I'm having a coughing hack attack and just sparing you all the lovely sound that it makes because the only positive thing I can say right now is that, well, they were able to tell me it's non-COVID pneumonia. Well, thank you so much, but it's a really interesting phenomenon, and even with as much experience as I've had with nature, I cannot for the life of me figure out what would make geese act this way. So that's why I'm not telling the punchline to the story. I'd like them to look up your video in order to read my response and see if you can solve the mystery. What your viewers' ideas may be as to this video. And the second reason is because I noticed a couple of people made comments like, oh, yummy, let's go eat the geese and whatnot. And I saw that you didn't appreciate that. So
no, it is what it is.
Well, you can put mine in plus. You can put mine in.
Right? Like,
yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah.
I know.
I missed a bunch.
I know that.
I missed a whole bunch of your videos, CR.
Yeah,
I just went to your
that's
channel
okay,
and they're not feeding them to my feed. I just left a comment.
Okay, Bob.
So
Maybe I'll just have to email you. I'll be like, Bob, I put out this video. It's out now in 5 minutes.
So even though the majority of the comment was destroyed, I have like the bare bones of it moved into a file on the side that did not get destroyed, and I was very thankful for that. So I'm recomposing it. It does take a minute to explain, but if anyone can help me solve this natural mystery, I would appreciate anybody's ideas or input, or even if you just think you might know what would make geese do such an unusual thing, because I guarantee you the chances are very high you've never heard of geese doing this.
What was it? What did they do?
Oh, you gotta watch the video, Bob.
That's my whole point.
Yeah, you're gonna watch the video and actually just.
Do you remember the actual title of the video?
Well, yeah, it says Canadian geese.
In autumn.
I thought there was an extra word in there or something.
No. Wow, actually, let me take a look. I got the YouTube studio open. I guess I can drop it in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you,
Usually selfless promotion. Oh, actually, it's been a while. Yeah, Canadian geese. Wow, it says in autumn.
See, there were 2 other words.
Oh, okay, well.
For those of you who don't know, that I like creative very much and enjoy picking on him a great deal. There, I said it. Okay, Tammy, have I been drinking lemon, ginger, honey, tea, absolutely. And the honey is locally sourced. For those of you that may not know it, you get far better health benefits if you're lucky enough to find a person who is producing honey in your area. Please support them by play. You know, it may cost a couple of extra dollars, but the health benefit, well worth it. Well worth it. Actually, the honey that I bought most recently, I'm out of it right now. It, the friend that has the bees is selling them through my pharmacy that delivers my medications to me. So that says something to you right there, too. But thank you for bringing that up, Tammy. And thank you for your concern, dear. I'm working hard on it.
Yeah, it was just in time for that. for that video, it's just like, oh, it just came together.
Yeah, they're geese as a whole are interesting. I'm sure that some of you out there have heard of the situations where a goose will get attached to a human being, and if somebody else tries to get near that human being, Lord help them. Because they're not small, they are muscular, and they can. I wouldn't say they can, take you down and take out your Achilles heel or anything, but they can put a little bit of hurt on you. There's a famous story about a goose that fell in love with some guy that started visiting a park, and they were literally having to close the park gates to keep it from following him home every day. So he tried to help the park by visiting more regularly and trying to somewhat calm the goose, but this went on for years. I believe the goose finally retired before the man did, but I'm sure I know I've seen videos about the story on YouTube. I saw it on national television first, though, just to show you what kind of a example that is. Okay. Tammy, I don't know if I can tolerate elderberry syrup. I know that one of the few things that I can't tolerate is anything flavored with anise. That's a seed, and I can tell you exactly what it tastes like. It's the flavoring for black licorice, black jelly beans, a liquor called Jägermeister, another liquor called Ouzo from Greece. All Anise is the main flavoring aspect of all of those things, and I cannot tolerate it. One of two things that comes right back up if I try to drink it. Yeah.
I'm going for a short bathroom break. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
He'll be back before Bob. You know it.
Yeah.
See?
He will. He's Speedy Gonzalez. I'm not kidding.
See, he even has enough time to save.
This has been the most fun we've had in a while.
Oh, just wait. More to come. I'm trying to work. Oh, I think I'm still having audio issues.
Anunnaki, that's fascinating. Marhaba. Ahlan wa sahlan.
Oh, Miss Boo, you gotta hold the fort for a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay. I don't mind going solo. I've had to do that before. Actually, Anunnaki, that was not fair. Just because you say that you were born there doesn't necessarily mean that you speak Arabic. So, ahlan wa sahlan. Shukran. أنا مبسوطة كويس وأنت كيف الحال؟ No, y'all just got back, so y'all hang on a second. Anunnaki and I are having a bit of a chat.
There you go, CR. Hope you're hungry.
كيف حالك؟ كيف حالكم
Oh
شباب؟
boy. See, you're probably drooling like Homer Simpson by now.
Oh, guys, don't pick on me. I don't get to speak Arabic but once every blue moon now.
Mhm. Mhm.
We're neighbors. I'm in Georgia, so I'm just south of you, and this is probably kind of obvious because I used to speak with a much better accent and could. Well, it's a long story, but I actually wound up moving into a very large Arabic enclave as an honor attendant to protect a friend of mine. She wanted to become, she's an American female that wanted to marry a person from an Arab country, and her family kicked her out. So I became her honor representative as a stand in for a member of her family, and I started to learn as many of the Arabic dialects as I could. So quite a few of them. And along the way, I developed a great love for the people and the wonderful hospitality. Um, but otherwise, I'm just your run of the mill Caucasian American gal that was lucky enough to wind up in the right place at the right time. And at one point, I was very active in pro Palestinian politics. Not to brag, but I do consider it a very big honor that I was the second person in the United States to be offered a scholarship to Birzeit University, which I can only hope still exists. And I am keeping a very close eye on the current events that are going on in Iran as well. It's been a while since I have actively represented the Palestinian interests while I was working for AOL in the what was called the Arabic Conference. Each of the countries had an individual board, and the Israeli board was considered separate. So it was a sort of situation where I wrote just wrote a piece about my personal feelings in the Palestinian area. I was brand new to computers. I was brand new to AOL, which is why I chose it. That was back in the, oh, we're user friendly days, so you want to use AOL. Less than a month after I got online, still knew nothing about computers. AOL came to recruit me because they realized that I could speak Arabic. And I thought I had done something wrong when they instant messaged me. I thought I was in trouble, but it turned out they wanted to train me to become one of their moderators, specifically in the Arabic conference and in the message boards, and I learned that, what do you know? It seems I have a gift for debating against Zionists. So, in too many sentences, that's kind of my background story. Unfortunately, um, not long after that, someone broke into my car and they stole my address book when they were stealing. I used to be a radio DJ, and I had those the things that you would carry cassette tapes in, the TDK tape cases, and inside it was my address book with almost all of my Arab friends' addresses, telephone numbers, and it broke my heart because I lost contact with a great deal of people. So, after 20 years of not having anyone to speak Arabic with, I've lost a great deal of my accent, and breaks my heart. And man, do I miss the food sometimes too. And having tea, I'm always trying to tell people about the positive aspects of the culture and everything. Actually, Anunnaki, it was not unusual for me to be able to tell what country a person was from by how they greeted each other. I'll give you an example. Friends from Egypt have a tendency to, instead of saying Kefalik, they might say Izayik. And I don't know if I pronounced that right because now I'm referring to the time I was reading Arabic on AOL as opposed to hearing it. But when I lived with the Arabs, I'd go to a person from each country and say, okay, now I want to hear your pronunciation of the same word. And it was a great learning experience. Cannot stress that enough. Yes, I definitely noticed the difference of the mix. Unfortunately, in the group that I lived in, which was between 70 and 100 people, there was no one from Iraq, there was no one from Qatar, and there was no one from, well, actually, Egypt. My Egyptian friend was a friend through university, or friends, I should say. But I'm kind of surprised that you're not surprised. There are not a lot of Americans that have a story like that to tell. Even the music, I bet you've heard of Kulthum. I know she hasn't been with us for a while, but that is a level of fame. More people attended the funeral of Kulthum than, let's see, any leader in the Middle East in modern history. I'll put it that way because I'm not sure as far as further back history. Okay, gentlemen. Thank you for that moment. I appreciate that.
Where's Verna?
I have no idea. We can use.
I'm short-sighted and simple-minded.
Of course, if you talk about Kulthum, you gotta hear about Abdul Halim. For some reason, his music depresses me. I don't know why. It's it just kind of depresses me. One of the ones that I've been trying to learn because I used to uh, sing opera in my university years. I got an alka, and I hope I only pronounced that right. But that's a I love challenging music, and that song is a challenge. Well, in this case, it's a mole. Hello, Lynn Whistler. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Let's see what's going on here with the aliens. Started shooting rockets in the goddamn air, and aliens took notice of it. Go fucking figure.
Yes, I've had some friends like from Saudi Arabia tell me that her music is kind of like outlawed, and at the same time we would like listen to it quietly, which is silly because we were in America at the time that we were doing it. But I have brothers and sisters from almost all of the Arab countries. It's interesting that one of my roommates was of Palestinian heritage. Now he did not get to grow up in Palestine. His parents moved to Jordan and then to Kuwait during the time he was growing up, and then he came over here for university. He and his older brother, my mother took them to a famous garden that's about a half hour away from here called Callaway Gardens. And I think it's fascinating. When they came back, they were both so blown away by how beautiful this place is. They were comparing it to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
Peace out, guys. I got to go.
Bob,
Okay,
great
Bob.
to see you.
Mhm.
I'll be checking out your videos, dear.
Yep, that's Bob.
And Lynn, it's good to see you again. Glad that you
Thanks.
stopped by today. We're taking a special survey, so if you would, please do tickle the like button for us. We're doing some number crunching in comparing the analytics, some of the information that the creators get, and we're just taking a look at where the channel is today and what we're going to do as Shadow looks out into the future.
Indeed.
You are awesome,
Thank you,
Lynn.
Lynn.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's good people here. And that is how I want it, to have a lot of good people.
I think you are doing quite well at that, Shadow. By the way, how are you feeling, dear?
Well, my head is better, much better, but I still feel drained. But I have to give it tomorrow. I will be okay on Monday.
For those of you that have come in, that did not catch the beginning of the show, Shadow had a migraine attack last night. Was it
This morning?
this morning? And
Yeah, when I woke up.
for those of you that have had these and understand what a terrifically painful situation it is, and what it can cause and what the after effects are. I was comparing it to like going through the experience as Shadow was saying earlier, is almost the easier part of it. It's the aftermath that really leaves you feeling run down. I compare it to waking up and feeling like you've been hit by a bus. It's like you need one more day to catch up and whatnot. So, Shadow, I think you're holding up very well, dear.
Yeah, and I'm glad that was a mild attack, not the worst one.
Yes, thank God. Very thank.
If it has been the worst one, I wouldn't be able even to stream today. So,
You know the medical representative that I told you about, named Jessica, the lady who's
yeah,
allowed to go to me to with me to all of my doctors.
yeah.
She had one attack, and bless her heart, she called me and was just literally in tears. At first, I thought, okay, she's upset because she can't do her job today, and she said, no, the migraine began yesterday, and I forced myself to come in, and today it's even worse. And she also doubles as a substance abuse counselor. So that means at one point in her life, she was an addict, some form of opioids. I believe she told me it was Percocet. Um, and when a person has gone through the detoxification, and she has been clean for many years, but people in that situation, they can never have painkillers again. Yeah, she's the second person that I've spoken to in that type of situation, and I said that does not seem right to me medically. But if you look at it from the point of a person who's been a former addict, it kind of does make sense. No doctor wants to take a chance on perhaps restarting a problem all over again. But I think that there should be some kind of dividing line there. There are reasons why opioids exist, and reasons why we treat people after surgeries or after a compound breaking of a bone or something like that. Anyway, the whole reason she called me was to tell me, I'm so sorry, but I'm in so much pain. I literally cannot function today. And I'm calling to let you know that I can't go with you to your appointment. And felt so much empathy uh, for. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Uh,
I don't get it. I'm tickled because I don't get it. I once had a joke that I didn't understand, and I would tell that joke to people for like a small number of years, and people couldn't understand why I didn't get the joke. They thought it was funny, uh, but it took like 4 or 5 years until it finally hit me. Why is this joke funny? But I was the one telling the joke. It's silly. I know it doesn't make sense. By the way, Anunnaki, did Hurricane Ian affect Tennessee in any way? Did y'all get any high winds?
Thanks, Anunnaki, for sharing the joke. I never heard that one before.
We're only members of the Federation. God damn. Who knew?
I have some Arab jokes, but the sad thing is they're. Oops, that's the hospital calling. Hang on, just a moment, please.
Yeah, I'm hanging on. That one was good too, Anunnaki. Okay, any material damages or yeah, that was funny. I never heard those jokes before, so that's funny. I hope you didn't get any material damages, Anunnaki. Indeed, Anunnaki. Okay, that's cool. It's always cool to hear some jokes from other parts of the world too. Well, we have hurricanes here, but it was a while we had one, so I guess we are pretty lucky so far, but they probably will pop up. But we have some storms, but but today we had some heavy rain, so it's raining cats and dogs over here. We had pretty a couple of weeks ago. We had some pretty strong winds, but not a hurricane. I can check the winds, the weather for. Let's see what this says. Uh, they can come summertime, springtime, fall, winter, but it's not that common in the winter. Mostly summer, spring, and summertime. We have pretty weak winds at this moment, only 2 meters per second, so that is not that bad. and I haven't seen any warning on the forecasts. So yeah, yeah, I bet you have. Our hurricanes, when we get them here, they are pretty much spread out. It makes it hard, especially if it's hard winds and it's blowing storm. You will have a difficult job, some difficulties at your work. You're blowing away. Okay, Nene, no problem. This is South Carolina from yesterday. Okay, gonna check that up. Yeah, yeah. I think it depends on you are in the world. If you're on the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. Sweden. I live in Sweden. Northern parts of Europe, basically. And our neighbor countries here, Finland, Norway, and we have Denmark in the south. So we don't have that many, but we have more storms than that are around 20 meter per second. But yeah, we are doing pretty good so far. We are doing, but we had heavy rain today, so, and I think that will continue.
Hello,
Hello, welcome back, by the way.
and thank you. That's very unexpected to get a call from the hospital on Saturday, but they're just uh, the gentleman that's going to give me my EEG test. I had a couple of questions,
Yeah,
and he just happened to have to come in for an emergency on the weekend. Saw that I had left a message and decided to call on Saturday. Who knew? Was not expecting that. Okay, what did I miss? Repeat everything while I was on the phone. I love to see your face when I say that.
yeah, we are doing well here so far.
Welcome back,
Welcome back.
Jeannie.
Yeah,
That is
typhoon.
correct. I believe the dividing factor is the. I want to say it's the hemisphere, and that's the wrong word.
Northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere.
I think I might be wrong on that, though. It might be the other divider from pole to pole.
Prime meridian.
Oh, wow. This has only happened once in the past ten years, but Anunnaki has figured out what my nickname is. I did not choose that nickname. That's what they started calling me in the Arabic conference. So they gave me the nickname, and I kept the nickname after I lost the um, the address book that had all my friends' contacts and whatnot, so that in case someone would see it and the way it's abbreviated, that they would realize that it's me from the Arabic conference and from my uh, pro-Palestinian debates against the Zionists. Oh wow, shukran كتير. Shukran. It's a very big compliment. Thank you. Got me blushing over here. I'm glad I'm not on camera right now. I'll translate for you, Shadow. He's
Yeah,
hello means beautiful,
okay.
and I pretty sure I already told you what the name means.
Yeah, I believe, yeah, you did. Let's,
That's crazy. The second, and I've talked to people who are Arabic speakers who can write transliterated Arabic like that. They know how to put the numbers in and whatnot. He's only the second person in like a decade to figure out what my name means. Most people think I'm a Lakota Indian. Excuse me,
yeah,
indigenous person. I can't even say Native American anymore. People are so touchy about their words and everything.
yeah,
Hello, Reese from Philly, the Red Dragon. Welcome aboard.
yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Good to see you, Reese. How are you doing? I hope you had a great week.
Hope you're having some good weather.
Yeah, that too. No hurricanes, no typhoons, no tornadoes, or
Well,
other
it's
strange kind of winds.
McBean that joined us earlier. He was in Illinois. Looked like he was having some beautiful weather.
Yeah, no cloud at the sky, a very sunny day.
Great day for an outdoor concert, which is why he had to leave us. The concert was beginning.
Yeah, okay. Rain. We had heavy rains here today. This one. We have been getting frost here. Okay.
Has
cold
Jeannie
night.
told us what area that she's in?
Um, well, I don't remember that. Um, Ontario, Canada.
All right, we got another friend from Canada. What happened with
Yeah.
Creative? Did he disappear when I answered the
Uh,
phone or something?
it was his phone probably who had not enough juice.
Well, normally I would make it a point to certainly have my telephone cut off while I'm on a panel right now. So right now, while I'm thinking about it, I'm cutting everything off. And the only exception I would make is uh, that was one of the two major hospitals that we have in the area. So I was thinking, oh gosh, either they got results from one of the tests that I did during the week, or and if they're calling on a Saturday, that can't be good news. But
Hey, Warren
yeah,
RCG. Good to see you, brother.
welcome aboard, Warren. For those of you that have been with us since the beginning of the show, I appreciate it. Not teasing me for saying this over and over, but if you've just come into the chat, please do us a favor and tickle the like button. Um, Not specifically to say that you like the live show that we're doing today, but we're using the count on the like button as a special number in helping us decide some overall decisions about the YouTube analytics. The Boy, this keeps happening to me. You got the headache, and you'd think that I'm the one that's experiencing the symptoms. Um, we actually have a word for it that comes with fibromyalgia. It's called fibrofog, and you can't grasp the words that you're trying to get. But anyway, long story short, if you would please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed yet, I guarantee you will enjoy this channel. Shadow Scout Swede has a wonderful program. It is very broad in scope. There are so many different things that you can learn, not just about being prepared, but ways to prepare. Oh, Jeannie, you have my heart, dear. Because I've had fibro for over 20 years now, so I know what it's like to live with it. Um, as far as the channel, we are looking forward to. I keep saying we because Shadow is my dear friend. I'm not an actual part of his channel. I'm just a very, very big fan. But I'm sure you'll come to appreciate not only the topics that he brings up, but also the wonderful people that he attracts in the chat, as you see. Um, there's not been a single person that has come in that has been trying to mess around or try to troll or anything else. People have been posting links because the Nightbot seems to have taken the weekend off or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, weekend,
Yeah, I
not the
quit, and
weekend for a couple of months.
I'm not giving you any notice either. Well, it seemed to be working a couple of weeks ago, I thought.
Yeah,
It was giving some
but
of your email addresses and whatnot. Hopefully, if I'm thinking about the right thing, if I'm remembering it correctly. But anyway, yes, do consider subscribing to the channel. You won't regret it. And there's always something new going on. And
always.
very often, those ideas come from you. So I'm
Indeed.
looking forward to Shadow's future, and hang with us, and I'm sure that you will too. We actually have some kind of big surprises that are in store in that future. In
Indeed.
22 and in 23, we have some interesting things planned for all of the members of this channel. So just a little hint, but you might want to get in on this early.
Mary Lou Palomer, welcome. Good to see you. And thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that.
Hello, Mary Lou. Thank you. How are you doing today? We're having a bit of an international day and asking people if they don't mind telling us what area of the planet they are chatting or connecting with us from. It's up to you. If you'd rather not, that's okay too. So let's see. So far, we've had 3 or 4 states in the United States check in. We've had South Africa check in.
Yeah,
We've had three Canadian
Canada,
three Canadians check in. Um,
Philippines,
that's right. I feel like I'm leaving one of the countries out. Who else has checked in?
and of course the States.
Oh, 5 states. I forgot the person that visited us from North Carolina.
Yeah, Tennessee. Mary Lou, I have no idea, but I know she's from Philippines. I'm gonna check. Yeah, Team SM1.
I want to take this opportunity to send everyone a mega love shout out. If you know what that means, feel free to make a comment about it. That would kind of be interesting. If you see someone write MLSO, chances are very high that what they're doing is sending you a mega love shout out. And unless I'm mistaken, that is how I met Shadow Scout Swede. I do
Yeah, the
believe.
one and only. That's correct.
Both of those gentlemen are very nice. I think they have a very good idea going, and they're both very giving of their time, their resources, MMGLSO. I
Never heard that one before.
Marilou knows what it means.
Yeah.
That's great. And the
And
thing.
Warren is from Western New York near Niagara Falls.
Oh wow. Have you seen the falls, Warren? Oh, it. I was looking at a historical show documentary the other day, and I was very surprised that when Ronald Reagan was elected to office, take a wild guess what his campaign slogan was. It was "Make America Great Again." Exact same slogan, word for word.
Yeah.
And after the presidency of Jimmy Carter, they could not wait to get Ronald Reagan in the office. On the positive side, you have the fact that obviously Jimmy Carter did and does have skills for being able to be an intermediator between countries that have difficulty talking to each other, arriving at agreements with each other. Man seems to be gifted in that aspect. Um, as far as his presidency goes, he obviously had good intentions, but there again was a situation where we went from um, one economic standing into a situation where not only did we go into a recession, and that was the one time, even though I was very young, I recall that cars were in very long lines at gas stations. That was something that you saw every night on the news, was how long the lines were for cars lining up at a single gas station just to get gas and whatnot. Here we have a situation where Trump was in his presidency and we were the number one producer of crude oil on planet Earth, into the Biden presidency, where suddenly we're contacting not one but two different countries that we have sanctions placed against in order to bow and scrape and hope that they will help us with our energy needs. How do we go from being the top producer in the world, number one out of the top 10? I think China was number 7 or 8 on that list of those top 10, to now being at the bottom and being at the mercy of fill in the blank. But uh, Shadow, did you post the link that I posted in the private chat? What living in a delusion looks like? The video.
Yeah, I posted it.
Thank you. Okay, check out that video, folks. It's only 34 seconds long, roughly the length of a commercial, and it's a humor piece. But the guy that does it, this channel called John Talks, one of the ways he gets his humor is by pointing out either how ridiculous our people in government are acting, or how outrageously incorrect, or however purposeful that may be.
Incompetent is a better word.
Yeah, as my roommate says, incompetent, that's another word.
Yeah, that's another word.
I'm trying to remember what famous person just said or was quoted in today's news as saying that if Biden should decide to run in the next election, he needs to do whatever he can to change his choice of vice president. And I'm gonna mess this quote up. This kills me, but basically he said that she's not competent. At one time, some people were having the discussion that should something happen to President Biden, that since Harris would most likely not be able to take the job, that for some reason they would be considering the governor of California, Mr. Newsom, as a replacement. Now, I can't think of how many constitutional laws that would break to kind of make a zigzag line to even arrive at that conclusion or whatnot, but that makes no sense whatsoever. Um, there is a definite line of order in the United States government that if the president becomes incapacitated, the vice president also, you have, there are people in line of succession. Succession may not be the right word, but if it's attached to royalty, but if it works in generality, then succession is the proper word. Because I think it was sometime after, oh Lord, I'm going to get this wrong too. This is just not my day. You picked the wrong person to put on panels, Shadow. Um, there was a famous situation where someone in the government popped up a little bit early to say, I'm the person that's in control, because the president was in the air, the vice president was hidden at a different location. This might have been after 9/11, and a gentleman came forward and he said, well, I'm the person that's in temporary power. And it turns out he was wrong. He didn't correctly follow the line of succession. And of course, I can't remember who it was.
In the States, you have a lot of different codes for everything. Well, you have probably a code for going home from work. Probably 1050. I'm going home from work.
Jeannie, she's such a ditz. I'm laughing, but that's honestly.
Thinking about Al Haig, he was Reagan's secretary.
Al
of State
Haig.
when he got shot.
It was after President Reagan had gotten shot. My wonderful roommate has come through yet again.
Yeah, I remember that event.
Yeah.
He was a general in the army, so he was used to taking charge. I don't know.
Another good point. Al Haig was a general in the army, so he was kind of used to taking charge. But yeah, he didn't read the fine print, because turned out he wasn't the one who was in charge.
Well said.
Anunnaki brings up an interesting point. On the other side of the coin is the fact that I have friends in California that will not even call the state California anymore. They call it California. I could go into some definite details as to why they feel so strongly about that.
Yeah,
But
yeah, no, recognize the term California. Recognize that term on Gail Grayman Prepper's channel on his live stream. He used the term.
I think you mentioned him to me before.
Yeah, his name is Gail Grayman. He had a midnight stream.
Well, Bob was bringing it up last week, and the only reason I don't want to rehash it is some of it is sensitive, not family friendly, and it's so distressing about some of the recent things that have come to light, especially about the state being a harbor state. That's not the word he used. Again, brain failing me. Sanctuary state. Boy, my roommate is. We need to put him on the air today. He'd do a great job.
Yeah,
Um,
he do.
um, Sanctuary state for people to take their children. I emphasize the word children to have sex change operations done. Outside of the fact that that's just a completely mind blowing thought, I don't think anyone short of full blown adulthood should even be considered capable of making such a decision. And now they're approaching children between the ages of 3 and 6 with these types of concepts, not just in California. It started in Florida and is now spreading throughout the teaching systems of the United States. Well, yes, 3-year-old children aren't in the school system. That's true, but that is the age at which they're beginning to have these conversations. My roommate and I are very strongly of the opinion that a school person of any, whether it be a teacher, guidance counselor, or anything else, you don't have any damn business talking to my child about issues related to sex, much less sexual identity, especially someone at that young of an age. That is the job of a parent, and that is a decision a parent has a right to make. But simply by making that statement alone, that paints me as a person who has a quote unquote supposedly radical outlook. It's a weird time, folks. But getting back to what Bob said last week, he brought up a couple of interesting points, and that was that Antifa, their um, philosophy is based in communism, and a lot of people don't know this, but the Black Lives Matter movement was based on the Marxism philosophy. For those of you that might doubt what I'm talking about, I'll be more than happy to post a video for you where there's a gentleman. This is actually a very popular channel. I cannot think of the name of it at the moment. And I don't know whether this announcer, left this channel or if he was asked to leave. But the point that he was making was that the title of the video in particular was that the BLM movement had removed their About page. And this is long after all of the riots in Seattle and all of the destruction that happened in the Northeast and the rampant rise in homelessness that followed all of those things taking place, and the destruction and people who were being attacked in New York. There was sorts of civil unrest all over the United States, including in Atlanta. I'm, let's see, just shy of a couple of hours. I'm in the second largest city in Georgia, and they tried to start riots here too. And our police were able to nip it in the bud, catch it very quickly, and that was that. The riots did not take place here. However, there has been a greatly disproportionate rise in murders and crimes. Uh, I don't know how else to say it. Committed against white people. In a nutshell, there it is, folks. And some of the police are really messing up. There was a guy that went into an auto parts store and just walked in with a gun and blew the guy away behind the counter. When the police caught him, which they did pretty quickly, the excuse he gave was, "I just wanted to kill the white man." They put him in a jail cell by himself. Well, in less than 2 weeks, apparently someone down at the police station forgot what this guy did and put another white prisoner in the jail cell with the same guy, and that same guy beat that person to death. Not very good thinking on the part of the police department, and I would not be surprised if some families have filed some lawsuits by now. There, Anunnaki, I agree. There are a lot of, and there's a lot of blame to be placed on the governors of the states, because it falls upon the governor of the state to make the decision on whether or not they call out the National Guard. That's my understanding. Because I kept asking, why isn't the president calling out the National Guard to put down these riots? This is ridiculous. They're destroying state property, they're destroying the federal buildings, they're harming the police who are trying to go there and make some sort of sense or disperse the riots and whatnot. So that was my big question. Why have the National Guard not been called in? And I later found out that it fell upon the governor of each state that it was not the call of the president to make. So in a weird way, in some aspects, I know this may sound very odd, but I might know more about international law, specifically the Middle East, than I do about my own, and that's to my own detriment. Okay. Just for you wonderful people in chat, I don't know what I did, but it kind of messed up my glasses a little bit, and get them fixed up here and get back into these chat comments.
Yeah. Well said.
You got a great chat going today, Shadow.
Yeah, I agree. They came in July of 2018 in Nashville. Our militia showed up and warned all, including state government. If any riot starts, bones will be broken, and they tried to, but their bones got crushed. That was from Anunnaki. And Janie says our Prime Minister called in their RCMP to clear out out peaceful protesters.
Peaceful protesters.
The protest was so peaceful they had bouncy castles and were playing hockey in the streets.
Jeannie, I know what you're referring to, and it's so upsetting for your brothers and sisters in the United States to witness this going on. I'm referring specifically back to the time that the truckers were crossing over the border, and if a Canadian dared to make a donation of money to those truckers, they had their bank accounts frozen, regardless of their status, regardless of whether they were retired. And Trudeau gave no one any access to the courts, this is my understanding, so that they could even lodge a complaint about something that we would call unconstitutional. I don't know what to call it when you're in a commonwealth situation. That just seems incredibly illegal. So I don't understand Trudeau at all, and boy is I can't say approval rating because I've not really approved of him much in the past either. I believe in, let's see some results before you claim that you're all that. But that was my understanding, that the gatherings were peaceful, that the people were acting peaceful. In fact, there was an article in which there were two reporters. They were side by side. One was male, one was female, and they said that one of the riot control RCMP, whoever was there, shot a canister at point blank range, firing the canister directly at the female's thigh. So she had this huge bruise from where this, I don't know if it was tear gas, I assume it was. And the reporter next to her worked for a different publication, but he instantly stood up for her and said, I was standing next to her when this guy shot her at point blank range. Why? It was a peaceful protest. While the protests here have been anything but, some of the video evidence of what was going down in New York, they would show people, I guess it would be about 18, 20 people dining at a situation where the dining tables are under the stars, just on the edge of the restaurant. Excuse me. And all of a sudden, this group came up and they yelled in advance, "We don't want to hurt anybody, so get up and leave." These people were doing nothing but eating dinner. They're not identifying as one side or another side or anything else, but because the people who were coming up in a group, the rioters, and they knew they were being recorded, by the way, that certainly did affect their behavior. But they said, get up and leave. We don't want you to be hurt. And people were trying to gather their purses and their belongings and get them off of the tables as quickly as they could. And the rioters came right behind them and were destroying everything on the tables themselves, throwing the chairs around through the things that they had set on the edge to separate the street from the area that they had the dining area set up on, and just tearing it up for no reason. We're here to destroy for destroy's sake. We don't have a sign out that says why we're doing it. We're not identifying ourselves as why we're doing this. There's no rhyme or reason to that. There's no statement to that. That's not a protest. That's an attack. So when you look at the people that you consider your neighbors or your brothers and sisters, however you may feel as an American about a Canadian, of course you have that empathy there. Of course you feel for the situation. Not only that, the truckers are coming from one of the countries to the other country. Why were these people punished so long? We're not talking about people who were involved with the protests. We're talking about people who just said, "Here, I've got an extra $20. Go ahead and sorry, this is all I have or whatnot, and give this to the trucker," and bam, got a frozen bank account for how long? Again, I've been pretty ill for the past couple of months. Not up to date on the current aspects of the situation, but I have heard of people who still have their accounts frozen as of at least 3 months ago. The one case in particular that caught my eye was a lady who was retired. How is she able to live? Because for so many retired people, their retirement income is all they have. If they cannot reach that, if everything is frozen in the bank, if they can't go to a judge and say, "Look, I want to challenge this decision," or anything, can't do that. I don't see how it makes no sense. But our hearts are very much with you about the stress that is coming down on the Canadian people, the stress that is coming down on the Australian people, our cousins across the pond, meaning the people of Europe.
Yeah.
From the get go, when it came down to the pandemic, I've always been, at least I identify myself as more of a global person. It doesn't mean that I don't like my country or I think that our founding fathers, no matter what fault you may find in them, I think the Constitution that they wrote was pretty ingenious because they forethought it out enough that they included a way for it to be adapted in the centuries to follow. That's some pretty, for its time, that's some pretty forward thinking from the gentlemen that came together to create that Constitution. I appreciate the military that defend it. When they take that vow to serve, they vow to protect the Constitution. Hey there, Creative. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Uh,
Hi, Tammy. Yes, I saw that on the way up.
Anunnaki, that's awesome. That's beautiful. I love it when people can work "hold my beer" into any sentence, but that was great.
yeah, I agree.
Love shack stealth stereo. Oh god.
Oh, Shadow, you don't look tired tonight. This evening, you look
Well,
pretty wide awake. I can tell. Remember how many times I've been with you on a Saturday now. I just know now. I know the telltale signs. You start stretching more. You lean back more. Yeah.
yeah, I know.
And Miss Boo must be a great host. She's keeping you
She
awake.
is.
She
Oh my
is, right? She is. She
gosh,
is.
guy, thank you.
I
This
think I'm
this is a
jealous.
this is a first for me. This is the first time I've ever been on a panel at the very beginning of a show. So it's kind of interesting as to how this would go along. But it was a big surprise and big thank you to my roommate. The TV is actually kind of close to the computer, so he's been keeping the sound low and whatnot.
Yeah.
He's being very great and has been helping fill in the words that I can't think of today. So gotta love that as well.
Well, someone's always got to fill in the vocabulary.
Yeah, it's one of those days. I know that especially the fibro patients on the panel, like Jeannie, you can identify with this, but we have something called fibro fog that goes with fibro flares, and I'm in one right now. It that makes it difficult to think of the words that you're trying to grasp for. And obviously, I've stumbled through one of those days, but I've had a blast from beginning to absolutely this minute. And right now, I'm just a little bit behind because Anunnaki has been making so many wonderful points here that I'm not yet caught up to the current chat. I'm still checking out some of these very interesting things that he's saying, such as this: our state troops are spread all over interstate freeways looking out for West Coast and Illinois and New York license plates to stop them. There's two reasons why there's that fantastic idea. It's not only the illegal activities that are taking place on Tennessee state soil, the other thing is how many people are flooding into this country that are throwing away their ID papers just before they come over the line. So we have no idea how many criminals have been flooding over from Mexico. Then we've got the other people that are coming over the different border areas, and in the night these people are being flown on aircraft to states all over the United States, so you have no idea where possible threat is coming from any direction in any state. Oh, Anunnaki, thank you for that comment. Thank you. شكرا كثير.
Can I just add something? I
كثير.
forgot.
Yeah,
I didn't
go
realize
ahead.
I was muted. I was just like, I must be a little rusty. You know, this migration thing, I think in the coming years, like this decade, you're going to see a lot more of that. I think you're going to see a lot more of it, like everywhere. People will start to flee. Well, just to come back to our bad weather topic here, some people right now are just leaving that state or leaving the area and going inland even more, go to another place, restart in another place kind of deal. Because, they don't want to stay at said area anymore, wherever it is. I don't know if anyone's heard about that kind of stuff. I know some people are talking about that. They don't want to rebuild. I don't blame them.
I object to calling them migrants. They haven't been invited here, and they're not going through any sort of legal process to go here. What does that say about the people who did? They made serious contributions of their time, their study. I guarantee you that the majority of the people who studied everything they had to become a U.S. citizen knows more about this country and its history than the average American who's been through the American schooling system. Punctuation, period, underline. Here's another great statement from Anunnaki. Give me 30 U.S. SEALs and I will clean this country from the trash within 1 year, all 50 states. Booyah. Hey, dear. Oh, you tease. You
No, because I'm
tease.
running on battery. That's why.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, because if I turn on the video the whole time, I know I'll drain the battery fast. That's actually the reason.
Yeah, it takes a lot of juice to
If I'm
have the camera on.
Yeah, if I'm plugged in, then it's not as big a deal. But I'm trying to not be tethered to something. Because I'm holding the phone like, like a walkie-talkie or like when you talk on the phone, so.
It's the people's fault for not doing anything, not even when assembling and imposing 50 U.S. Code 842. That is a good point. Here's something I want you to consider. Oh, hang on. I want to read this one too. What? Anunnaki, where was the camp? Where was the camp? And you say you're under Section 207 of A, B, and C of INA. I again apologize that not all of my brain is here today. The INA, I'm not recalling offhand. If you would, well, okay. That's where the camp was? Oh my God. That's pretty horrifying.
Yeah, that explains everything.
Shadow, just to give you an example, you'd be amazed at there. Somebody did a. Oh, okay. Thank you, Anunnaki, for the translation. You'd be amazed at just the difference in. Someone did a video about what people are served in hospitals in different countries all over the world. If you see how varied that can be, and very often you would find these quote unquote meals to be, let's just say, substandard. That might give you a clue towards how some countries with quote unquote refugee camps might look upon the same issue. Remember, I told you about my Palestinian friend that was a roommate of many years, and he came over to study in America. His brother went to study in Russia. When his brother came back from Russia to go back into Kuwait, I forget which country wound up holding him. I want to say it was either Jordan or Israel, but one of the two got a hold of him and kept him in prison for a year and a half. They
What?
starved, yes, they starved him so badly and mistreated him so badly that when I finally met the two brothers side by side, it was hard to understand they shared the same two parents, because my friend had a tendency to carry a few pounds extra weight. He was not overweight. Actually, he's a very, very good football player, but and I do mean FUT. You call it soccer, but I think real football is ball with foot. And his brother Mazen was just, this man has had 10 years to get over his experience at that point, and he was still skinny. I can't imagine what he looked like. And it all had to do with just because they picked two different countries to go to school to. I don't blame my friend for being terrified of going home to visit. He stayed well past his visa. My family was aware of it. We tried to do some things to help him because he was like a member of my family. He called my mom, you know, everything like that. I was lucky enough to have that kind of family. Um, and when we finally reached a decision where he was going to fly from the East Coast to the West Coast because he had an uncle on the West Coast uh, who was well to do and better suited to handle the legal aspects of the situation, um, it like I say, it you can understand why he would be so fearful of just going home to visit his family after watching what happened to his brother. I mean, a year and a half, not in jail, not in a camp, in prison. Anunnaki and I have a terribly, yeah, we have a large amount of things in common. I'm
Yeah.
looking at the comment that you have highlighted. Well, Anunnaki Shadow is a friend of mine, so he knows something about my feelings about such things. So I'm not surprised he would put that comment up there. But yep, my guess would be we have some things in common and some outlooks in common, if I dare say so. Tammy, neither have I.
The same for me. I never heard anything positive about that either.
Oh, I can hear the news without even trying. I can hear that. I can make out the words too.
There was a point earlier that I was trying to respond that Anunnaki had made about the people's fault for not doing anything but assembling and imposing on the code. Okay, that is a good point. Now, surely you've noticed how much disagreement and dividing is going on in the United States of America. That's not by accident. And I forget if we brought this up in the last live stream. No, I'm pretty sure that it did get brought up. There were
It's
people, there was a race riot that took place approximately 3 weeks, either before the presidential election, when Trump was running for president. So just to put you in the right time frame, this is about roughly 3 weeks before then. This race riot took place. It was less than 24 hours after that was featured on the news that suddenly these videos started popping up on Facebook. Now, the 3 videos that I saw were all by Black Americans, and they all said the same thing. I was there and I witnessed both sides of this riot get off of the same 6 buses. And if you look at them very closely, you'll notice that the opposite sides are wearing related pieces of clothing, as if they were even handed out clothing by whoever arranged for this fake riot to be performed so it would get filmed to be on the news. Now, you go from before Trump even got elected to be president to where we are right now as far as how divided our country is. And what are we looking at? We're being divided in every way you can think of, whether it's race, whether it's where you live, whether it's what your income is, what your belief system is. Divide and conquer. The Japanese man that was famous for writing the book, I don't know if you would refer to him as a general, but Sun Tzu, I believe that's the first act of war, is divide and conquer. And in referring to your comment, it's the people's fault for not assembling and imposing this Code 842. Think of how much the propaganda machine, because we don't have news in America, we have propaganda. That's the kindest way that I can put it. And that is why not only me, but some of the people that are present here, we go to some pretty extreme lengths to find actual news and have to be very careful about how we vet those sources of the news as well. But it can be found if you want it. Plus, you've got the secondary thing is they'll spend 2 weeks featuring a certain topic that's not that important, while meanwhile you have no idea what's going on between Russia and Ukraine. There's a war going on, and weeks pass and there's nothing on it about the news. That's just absolutely ridiculous. They've just gone beyond the pale when it comes to it boils down to propaganda. Because propaganda is two things. It's either trying to mislead people on purpose or lying by what you leave out. There's no question that your comment is correct. And that's one of the reasons why I come here. It's one of the reasons why I get on the panel with ShadowScoutSwede. We've had discussions about this, and one of the reasons why I would like for us to involve as many countries as we can, because this is not happening in a vacuum. It's not happening just in America. It's happening everywhere. It just
Indeed.
looks different in different countries, but we are all being forced to struggle at one time. and we are struggling against a bigger purpose. The good news is there's more of us than there are of them. Recently, we just took care of an element that we were dealing with. There was a person that had an opinion, and that opinion fell right in line with the stuff that you see on the news about how it's going to be completely negative. This is going to happen. There's no chance in hell this is not going to happen. And I choose to take the opposite side. I do believe that you can suppress the people enough that they will return to the thinking, hey, there are more of us than there are of them. If it takes desperation to force them into that, or God forbid, even worse, then that's what's going to happen. But eventually it's going to occur to enough people. There are more of us than them, and specifically, even our own military. They take an oath to defend this country against what? Enemies, both
foreign,
foreign
foreign,
and domestic.
domestic.
That's why I like our Constitution. And that's why I appreciate our military for defending the Constitution. And I'm very sorry that you had to go through those experiences to make it here. But I'm very glad that you are here to remind people that you do know these things and keep reminding Americans of those things. That's the way to do it. Keep being heard, keep showing up and telling them. You when I said earlier that most of the people who are applying for American citizenship probably know more about this country and the history of the United States than the people who are born American and come through the American school system, I'll bet that you have a unique way of agreeing to that statement. If not, I would gladly like to hear what you have to say. I'm still catching up on the comments, so I'm going to go ahead and forward it with my apologies to Miss Jeannie. You've made some great comments as well, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, everybody put great comments. Okay, CR, no problem. Well, guys, that is a lot of things that are going on. Same, same stuff, but different clothes.
Same stuff, but different what?
Same stuff, but different clothes.
Ah,
Let's see what Tammy says. Yes, I agree. I looked at the same info around Trump's presidency and the protests are writing. Oligarchy was definitely orchestrating these events. Indeed, a lie of omission.
the lie of omission might might be the more deadly of the two that I mentioned. If you tell someone a lie, at least sometimes they can have a gut reaction. That doesn't sound right. let me look into that deeper. But if you completely obliterate any sign of the information that is being kept from you, the lie of omission may be the more dangerous. Jeannie, I noticed that you say that you watch India and Australia to find out what's going on in Canada. Another source you might consider, and I'm just putting this out there because I have a friend that's actually currently working there, is Al Jazeera out of Qatar. Qatar. Um, she's in Doha. We actually worked together in radio a few years. Cynthia is a good friend of mine, very honest person. And I know that she worked with CNN for a couple of years in Atlanta, and we got out of touch during my second battle with cancer. I was kind of keeping it from people in the music industry and that I was going through that, um, which is not the case anymore. I've since come forward, but at the time I was just kind of keeping it quiet because I wanted to slip back into work and just. I completely hid my first battle with cancer and reported back to work within 48 hours. Um, During that time, she had stopped working with CNN and joined Al Jazeera over in Doha. You would be surprised how much good information you can get there. Here's another hint for you though. No one's going to have 100%.
Yeah, I agree with you, CR.
Too. What concerns me about that slow moving storm is between now and 6 to 8 months from now, when the temperatures change, there are two things that we could see change very quickly, and that is the comfort level of our cousins in Europe, and will the food still be readily available in the stores? In other words, prep. Because if we're already seeing, and you gotta give a gold star to the YouTube channels that are out there that are taking the time to go take their cameras into the stores and show you what's on the shelves and what is not on the shelves. Hello, Sue Ellen, and mega love shout out to you as well. Um,
Welcome, Sir Owen. Good to see you.
Things that are on the shelves, the things that are missing from the shelves. And we're talking about basics like flour to make bread with and cooking oils and whatnot. Um,
Cooking oils, oatmeal, pasta, canned fruit, canned veggies, canned fish, canned meats.
Give us the list, Shadow. You know better than we do. But you see my point. If they're showing that now, that too. Good point, creative. Um, then, of course, we have every reason to worry. when people are saying there is, now, when I say people are saying, I'm talking about people like David Politis. If you're not familiar with him, his channel is Canam Missing 411, Canam, as in Canada, America. Canam Missing 411. He usually does stories about missing people, but if you watch his channel, at least one day a week, he'll put out a video called The Factual News. Over the years, David Politis has developed friendships and associations with very high-placed people all over the world. When he says that people have confided in him that certain things may happen at a certain time, they're not supposing. They're going on literal information that has been gathered from the sources, and by that I'm specifically referring to, there does seem to be a lot of indications that at some point there will be a period of time of at least bare minimum 7 to 10 days where folks are not going to have the access to food and water. Because I love to stress to people, please remember, you can go without food a number of days. You can only survive without water a much smaller number of days, not to mention what kinds of water, drinking water, and the water that you need to use for either cooking purposes or to clean your dishes. There are alternative versions to that. If you'll pay attention to this channel, I'm sure that Shadow has covered some of them. Another great reason for you to subscribe, folks. If you're not subscribed, please do. Because you'll want to know these things. Just in case. My feeling is, yes, we may eke by. Those days may not come. On the energy situation, that was referring to food. On the energy situation, that's different. Like I said, our own state government in America said if Russia invades Ukraine, watch out for what's going to happen to this pipeline from Russia into Germany over a year before something mysteriously happens. The second thing about the pipeline incident is it's very interesting that it seems like they're going out of their way for this accident to happen in just such a way that Sweden cannot get involved. So if it's outside the international reach of Sweden, then Sweden can't make a call on it one way or the other. But there are a lot of interesting things going on all over the planet right now as far as where we're being divided in our countries, where we are being divided internationally. Of particular interest is what has started off in the country of Iran with the death of a 22-year-old woman named Mahsa Amini.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
She was said not to be wearing her hijab in the correct way. She was showing some of her hair, and the quote-unquote morality police, whatever they call them, I know they call them different things depending on...
Yeah, that is what I read too, morality police.
Okay, so they took her into custody. After they took her into custody and had her behind closed doors, this 22-year-old beautiful and healthy woman who's of Kurdish descent, not that that matters, suddenly wound up dead, and I'll get to that. Suddenly wound up dead, and they said it was because she had a heart attack. Now, I earlier today went over some of the video and stills footage, and it's very obvious she did not die of a heart attack. You can tell she's been beaten both in her face, and the fact that they make it a point to cover up her body, that she was beaten all over. And now that has turned into it's been, today would be either day 13 or day 14 of the protests that have broken out all over Iran. This morning, Canada made a statement that Canada stands with the women of Iran and the women worldwide for women's rights. Italy has joined, and doggone it, I forgot the other country. My point is, now it's not about divide and conquer, and I don't think that this situation was one of those that was planned to distract us from the other things that are going on. It just so happens that this is happening when it's happening. Um, the women in Iran have been against what the Ayatollah Khomeini wanted to bring in with him. He even brought in his own version of the Quran, and this version specifically states that the woman's brain is smaller than the male's brain. That's just one of many of the political things that the Ayatollah had added to the Quran to force it to be more of a political tool as opposed to religious. And I can understand if any of you are out there saying, well, that's true of any holy book, you're right. But rewriting it to the degree that this man did, and his intentions are just horrific, absolutely horrific, because after the Shah was overthrown, for 4 years, women protested to the government. The women of Iran were wearing Western dress. Some wore hijab, the head covering, by their personal choice. Others did not, nor is it required by law. Reese, thank you for stopping by, and come back to see us. But for 4 years, they railed against Khomeini, and that turned into its own smaller war, if you will, because the women were not going to give up until they made it illegal. They made it official by law. I think it was by 1983, so that would be 4 years later. And that it would be mandatory dress, and that the woman should be covered accordingly. Side note to that, as I showed Shadow a couple of days ago, earlier in the week, you can actually look up the history of how the wearing of the hijab came about. Because if you read the Quran carefully enough, it does not tell you that that has anything to do with the proper worship of God, the proper covering of a woman. It was actually based on historical actions, and there's a great TED Talk video about it, from a woman that has that history. And I don't know if anyone's interested in the link. I might still have it. I know at one point I had yeah, I still have the link. I'm gonna go ahead and post this to Shadow if you want to share it with the audience. But
Yeah.
just to throw that in there, that the protest in Iran is spilling. France is going through their own connection to this protest because there are some women in France that are protesting for the right to be able to wear a hijab. The end result is they're now calling it the women's freedom movement. So far, 41 people have died, including 4 children that have been killed in the protests. In the streets of Iran, a man walks up and appears to be slapping a woman protester. As far as I could tell, she was covered properly. He just didn't like the fact that she was protesting out in the street. So he gets off his motorbike and goes up and he either slaps her or he sprays her in the face. It's the story is still in development. I haven't all the facts yet. But guess what? The other Iranian males in the area jumped him, didn't let him get back on his bike, and it came out later that the guy on the bike was a member of the morality police. So what does that tell you about the morality police? I thought that they walked around in groups, and it's just some guy in no uniform on a motorcycle who just decides, I'm just going to walk up to this woman and just either slap her or mace her, whatever he did, and get back on my bike and drive away. And a couple of men said, no, you don't. We think we're going to kick your ass instead. Long story short, this is not going away. This is expanding. And it's affecting countries more and more each day. And the thing that put it on my radar is Amnesty International. I've been connected to Amnesty International ever since I started representing the Palestinians. The point that I began with and how I got off on that tangent, believe it or not, I may not be able to think of a word, but I can think of what the impetus that brought this about, and that is everything. And I'm addressing the comment to Anunnaki about, blaming the people for not being cohesive, being together, and facing these threats. That's hard because everybody is being fed so much bullcrap through the media that that's all they're getting. And while they're struggling to make enough money to support themselves, which is harder than has been for many a years due to this recession, there are so many things that are taking the focus away from us making any effort to be collective. But as that hurt and as that struggle gets harder for all the Americans, these little issues that we're having about who the hell is ever going to sit in the White House, or what minimum wage is going to be, or how much gas is going to go, they're going to fall away when it comes down to starvation or whatever point it reaches. And that'll be the point that they say there are more of us than there are of you. And that'll be the flashpoint where you see people stand up and say, okay, yeah, we can walk down the street together. Yeah, we are different colors, but we do want to eat. I have complete belief that that can happen. But that's just me. I also have a belief that if you do believe something, say it out loud. Even theoretical physicists have done testing that proves that making that commitment just by saying something out loud, or your belief that these things can change to the positive, that we can possibly avoid this 1 to 2 week span that might get us all cut off from the delivery of food and everything can well be avoided just by our own creation, by putting our intent out loud. That's just a personal belief, but I appreciate that Shadow has given us a forum where we can state things like this. And Shadow, if I do say so myself, you've had some wonderfully constructive conversations going on today.
Yeah, I agree. It's good to see so many great comments.
I'm so glad that I was here and got a chance to see it too. And I didn't even know if I would make it here today. And best surprise of all, I've been here since the beginning. That just
Yeah,
thrills me.
yeah, yeah. It's nice to have you from the beginning, from for a change.
No, that's the first time I've been at the beginning of any
Yeah,
live stream.
yeah. So that is really nice, actually.
Oh, hello, Sue Ellen. I didn't even catch her. This is what I get for getting behind on my comments. Oh, absolutely, Sue Ellen. I
You
agree.
got that right. I agree too. Yeah, that's UCR.
Well, you know how I was saying that it's never too late to prep, to start prepping if you haven't.
You need to
But
begin somewhere.
absolutely. I also agree that it well, long story short, I've already started doing pro work and positive work when it just comes to my neighbors. By that, I don't mean my literal neighbors. I mean the people I'm bumping into in the street and people I've never met before, and um, doing what I can to help others. And that's certainly not a huge contribution, but it's odd that each time I bumped into a situation where someone is in need, I always have something in my pocket, and I always do the same thing. I say a quick prayer, kiss it to God, trust that it will come back to me, and I don't care how crazy it sounds, it always does.
I agree, CR.
Just fixing to say
Well,
the same. You'll have a garden before you know it. Thanks so much for
okay.
stopping by, Creative. It's always great to see you.
Take care, CR. Stay safe. God bless. You have to begin somewhere. Don't take the huge, big 7 mile step at the beginning. Baby steps.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't get to Tammy's question. She asked what was the gentleman's channel name again. Can Am Missing 411.
Yeah, Warren just put it out for her.
Ah, bless you, Warren. Thank you.
Yep.
And I'm trying to figure out uh, where we lost
Uh,
Anunnaki.
uh, it feels
Okay,
like
I'm looking at his last comment, and my guess is I'm wondering if he didn't get knocked offline or his computer froze up because I think that he would make a comment before he left the chat. He contributed so much to the chat today that I think it would be odd that he just disappeared on us. So maybe he had um, something that he had to do or something like that popped up quickly. But he had some interesting things to say and some interesting viewpoints too. And I'm not just being unfair because it was nice to talk Arabic with someone for a moment, but
yeah,
especially the viewpoint who has gone through those things, the refugee camps before making it to America. Um, I'm actually borrowing a comment that my roommate is fond of saying when I say you can anyone who's studied for the exams to become an American citizen is going to be able to tell you more about this country than Americans born in America that have been through the American school system. So the credit for that really goes to Court, my roommate. He says it often, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. Couldn't agree more.
I agree.
Americans don't take it seriously because they think all they got to do is I got to do A, B, and C to get my diploma. To other people, it's a situation where, my life depends on me getting citizenship in this country. Of course, they're going to place a different value on learning that information. So I know your topic was storms, but once again, we've managed to take that general topic title that you have and we've turned it into a lot. But it still kind of has to do with storms.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
I'm glad.
Yeah, it's nice when the worst of the side effects begin to fade.
What, dear?
The side effects of the migraine.
Oh, oh, thank God. Glad to hear that. And all the tests that they're doing, I completely forgot to tell them about one of the events that I had, and that's one of the things that they're going to look into. Did, did I have some sort of brain event or did I have a migraine? And I can tell you, I was no good for 48 hours. The event itself only took like somewhere between 30 to 45 minutes, maybe. Just the pain grew, the, the doctors who I've talked to about it said, here's how you know if it's migraines. Eventually, the pain is going to get so high that it's going to make you throw up. Usually, most people who suffer migraines actually feel better after the point that they throw up, for whatever
Yeah,
reason that is. And it happened to me like in a double cycle. That happened, and then almost as soon as I had passed that point where I got sick, it started all over again, and it built right back up to the peak. Happened a second time, and that was all she wrote. Now, I thought it was just because my mother used to say, "Oh, you get that from your father. Whenever you get sick, you pull every muscle in your body." I don't know if it's that, but I'll tell you for sure, for 2 days, it was like I wasn't good for much, and it felt like a bus had hit me. Felt sore all over my body. It was, the head has not the ache, but the after ache, if that makes sense. I wouldn't
Yeah.
wish it. I wouldn't wish it on an enemy. I'll tell you that.
You're very welcome, Tammy.
Oh, well, Tammy, it's been great to have you today, and you've been an awesome addition to the chat. You've brought up a lot of great things. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, she's awesome. Tammy and Vanessa Kitty are awesome.
Jeannie, I would say yes. It's like after a really bad flare, and your body wants to recuperate, but it's hard. It's kind of like that. It's not as bad as a fibro ache. I don't need to tell you that because that's sort of like actively hurting from head to toe. There's 21 main spots on the test, at least the last one that I took. There were 21 main pressure spots that the doctor can test you in, and I test a 18 out of 21. So it really has a tendency to get me everywhere. Tammy, you are most welcome, and it's great to see you again. Hope to see you again in the future because you truly do bring something with you and add to the chat. Everyone has done a great job today. Hello,
Yeah.
listening. Thank you for joining us today. You take care too, Tammy. Come back and see us, dear. Wow. Jeannie has an 18 out of 21 too, so she and I are very similar. She can probably tell you how debilitating fibromyalgia can be. It just you don't like, okay, when the weather changes or rain is moving in, sometimes you get hints that you might have a fibro flare coming up, but otherwise, other times of the year, it can hit you flat out of the blue. No hints that something's going to change, and a flare can last anywhere from a day to weeks to months. Jeannie, I am too. And if you're interested, are you familiar with the channel Dr. Thomas Klein, Kline? Oh, God bless you too, Tammy. Thank you so much, and you take care. I'm going to look up his channel real quick for Jeannie.
Yeah. Please do. We get we get his channel out.
in these various places associated with treasuries, deposits. And then this looks like almost like two peaks or a peak within a peak, like he's trying to put you inward into the mountain almost. There's an interesting twist to this story. About 30 years later, J.C. Brown returned to Stockton, and his intention was to raise an expedition to go back up to this site and catalog.
Take care, listening. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, and please hit the like button on your way out, dear. We appreciate your help.
To go up to this site, he just mysteriously.
Okay.
Never heard of him before.
Somewhere. Ah, sorry.
No problem.
I do not know how I did that. Anyway,
Pushed the wrong button.
the reason I want to share this doctor with you, Jeannie, is because this guy will give you so much firepower to protect yourself that I really think that it's worth your looking into. The American Medical Association has come out against the CDC for forcing patients to be lowered, chronic pain patients to be lowered on their pain meds. Okay, I've just posted it to Shadow and the correct spelling of his name and a link to his website. It's called Medical Myths Revealed. And that medical myth is opioid drugs are far, far more better for people like us to take than all of the horrific chemicals they're trying to give us in place. Frankly, I think Fauci should be dragged behind a bus until he no longer has a heartbeat. And that's the kinder way I can put it. Okay, I see which button I hit by accident right now. Warren RCG, thank you for the information. I'm copying it down right now. The reason I like Dr. Klein, he's starting his own. Well, actually, he's a part of a group, and they have decided to fight in Washington in favor of the pain patients.
MediaCom Business delivers powerful internet solutions. It's the technology that gives your business the momentum you need to keep moving. We deliver the speed.
Okay, and that is out.
And security your business needs to face whatever challenges the future
Hey,
brings.
Hugo. Welcome back.
MediaCom Business keeps businesses moving forward. I'm Mike Costello of the Mike Costello Law Firm.
I'm sorry, dear, what?
Every morning, my father would sit at my bed and say,
Hugo Homestead is back.
great things today.
Oh, hello, Homestead. Welcome back.
I caffeinate, I hydrate, I do a little exercise, and I say a little blessing to get through the
Dr. Klein also is active on Twitter, I know for sure. But that's definitely, his videos are not that long, but the information that he can give you with to protect yourself. Here's just one example. The CDC also has a 5 or 6 page handbook for physicians by which they can lower the dosage of any pain medication on a pain patient. I can promise you right here and now that the majority of doctors that have been forced tapering patients off of their pain medications have not been doing it legally as per the CDC's own rules. And it was the CDC that got this whole thing started about oh, we've got to lower all of the pain patients because that's why people are dying from overdoses. No, they're not. Absolutely not. By and large, the vast majority of people who are dying of overdoses are from the fentanyl laced heroin of Chinese manufacture that's coming over our southern borders, unchecked, along with all of those people. I forget how many of it is a day, but basically the leader of our country has told them, stand aside, let them come in. Dun dun dun. Hey, congratulations, Homestead.
Yeah, congratulations.
This is a great time of the year for chili.
Indeed.
Where numerous eyewitnesses claim to have encountered mysterious beings, as well as seen evidence of possible interdimensional portals. Sluice Cave is one of several natural wonders known as lava tubes that crisscross the region. Mount Shasta is a volcanic mountain. So volcanic lava tubes are formed when you have fast-flowing lava.
Must be yours truly hot and spicy.
Ooh. No, I like I like it a little bit warm. I can't handle that hot and spicy. It goes against all the other wonderful things that come with my health condition, but that's
yeah.
Jeannie, I was telling you a moment ago about the handbook that the doctors are supposed to follow in order to lower patients' dosage. The number one and first thing on the list that a doctor is supposed to do. I don't remember the exact wording, but here's rule number one. If the patient says that their level of medication is working, it's supposed to be left as is. The only time that the doctor is given a choice to lower the medication is if the patient states that they feel they can deal with a lower dosage. Now, I just paraphrased the heck out of that, but you can actually read, Dr. Klein will tell you where you can look it up on the internet and read it for yourself, which means me and everyone that I know that's got a similar health problem or is a chronic pain patient, we were all illegally force tapered down off of pain medications until the spamdemic broke out. And when that happened, my pain doctor dropped every one of her patients, and I was the only one that she didn't take back because my mom and I were born with weird narcotic receptors in our brain, and most pain drugs do not work on us. And in my case, they have to use a combination. But what she dropped me from would probably either put a lot of people in the hospital, and some people it might kill. Because I was wearing 2 100 microgram patches of fentanyl 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It was, either 5 or 6 years straight. I had that level of fentanyl in my system all the time. And guess what? It barely helped me because it doesn't react on my brain receptors. Just one of those weird DNA things that both my mom and I happened to be born with. Only one painkiller worked on her. That was Demerol, but Demerol doesn't work on me at all.
Similar to the shiny ones of the Celtic tradition, the ancient Sumerian gods known as the Anunnaki were also described as
I fully support the use of the THC and the CBD. Plus, you're getting extra health benefits from that. If you'll look into some of the studies that were released in Israel and Britain, they have been able to prove, and you'll notice it's kind of hard to find an actual article about it because Big Pharma wanted to shut this up real quick, but they were able to show that long-term use of THC actually makes the body less likely to fall prey to cancer. Notice I didn't say a specific cancer, I said cancer as a whole.
Yeah.
But I also completely believe that there's no reason why a person can't be given both THC and opioid painkillers. Jeannie, did you know that they've been studying the amount of people who become addicted to their pain medications for over 100 years? Starting in the year 1920, so 102 years now, they have been studying the number of people who become addicted to their pain medications. That number is 2%. That means 98% of chronic pain patients will not become addicted to their opioid medications. And those facts don't come from the CDC, they come from the American Medical Association. The CDC exists to study viruses and things of that nature. It's the American Medical Association that tells doctors what to do. The CDC had no place ever
No,
instructing doctors what to do on how to handle pain patients.
it is not
So,
their area.
so
It's not the CDC's job to do.
there you go. They study things like viruses and nerve gas and oh gosh, I keep trying to think of the thing that keeps breaking out in Africa, Ebola.
Ebola, yeah.
The whole
Cholera.
anti-opioid thing that is a political lobby that started in the 1970s, and they have been harping on it until they finally managed to get the right people in place, and now you have people in the six figures now who have committed suicide. One of the reasons Dr. Klein became known is because pain patients who decided to take their own lives would write him in advance and give him permission to publish their names. And if that's not sad enough, a lot of those people actually talked their spouses or their partners or their significant others or family members, someone to be with them when they took their own life because they did not want to be alone when they died. Don't hesitate. Ask your doctor about Otezla today. Girl, why don't you change those broken shades you have? So we're making progress, especially since June 17th, 2020, when the American Medical Association published a 17-page paper on the internet. You can read it there too. And they accused the CDC of harming chronic pain patients in very clear language. Homestead, I agree.
Yeah, I suffered from migraines since I was 3 years old.
Bless your heart. Considering all that, I'm so happy you were able to make it to have your show today.
Yeah, me
And
too.
happy to be here with you.
So am I. My first migraine, I was 3 years old, and we were at my grandfather's house and my grandmother's. We were there and visited. It was a kind of dinner, and my aunt was there too. And there were uh, not cookies, crackers more like, and it was a double crackers. Um, and there was something in between, and my mother gave me one. And when and I was in the sofa, and when my mom get back to the living room and where I was, she saw my face turned green, and that was my first migraine attack. And that because of one thing. So my mother opened the crackers, and it was cheese.
Was the cheese bad, or was it the kind of
No,
cheese, or
no, it was not like you mean there is blue cheese, or there is the other one, the green. Um,
I think I know what you're talking about, and I can't think of the.
I'm googling it.
Okay, Google that real quick. I'll be right back.
Groggy. Groggy.
Yeah, I checked it up. Is the English word for it is blue cheese, and I'm gonna see. Uh, let's see. I can. That is the one. Not that one. Let's see if we can find some. Yeah, this type of cheese. I can't smell. I can if I feel the smell on that cheese, I begin to feel sick immediately. If I smell it, I feel dizzy and then I will get the feeling I will throw up.
Okay, did we get the pronunciation or is it blue cheese?
Yeah, it's blue cheese like this.
Wow.
That's strong cheese. If I
Mhm.
smell that, I get dizzy, and then I feel I want to throw up, and then after that I get the headache, and then after that I'm screwed.
Bless your heart. So that's like an allergy more than a trigger.
I can smell that cheese from. I can be. I was in my grandmother's house on my mother's side, uh, uh, and my grandfather had a colleague from his work on dinner, and I was there at their house with my brother as well. And I was looking forward to the dinner, and my grandmother had this type of cheese in the living room, and I was on this at the near the kitchen, and I could smell that, and I just went straight up and just ran into the toilet, bathroom, just threw up.
Bless your heart.
Yeah, and I can also get migraine from sun and if and heat. If the temperature goes up too much, I can get migraine from that too. So
I would think you would have to be doubly careful of that because when it comes to the sun and the heat factor, not only that, but you could mistake some of the oncoming symptoms that might block out things like not heat stroke, but well, maybe I am thinking of heat stroke. But you definitely want to pay attention to the beginning signs of that, and that's. I know when my brother was in archaeology, there were some times where they were on some very uh, hot and humid spots where he came so close to heat stroke that they had to literally just pull him off of the job and lean him up against a tree in the shade and just because they were so far away from medical help, they would have had to helicopter someone in.
yeah,
Luckily, they usually have GPS type communication equipment with them because they use GPS to um, line up the exact places where they're going to dig and things like that.
yeah, I have always problem with the summertime. I always feel sick 24/7 basically, especially summertime are usually the hot period of the year. So
Yeah, if I had to choose between either trying to get through in the cold or to deal with the heat, I would definitely opt to have the air conditioning. I can figure out a way
yeah,
to warm up if I get cold, but
Cold is easier to protect you. It's easy to get protected from. Heat
Yeah.
is worse.
Oh yeah.
Jairo Jaramillo Harambas, welcome. Good to see you.
I'd like to try to pronounce the name, and usually I'm gutsy enough to take a stab at it, but greetings, new person.
Jairo Jaramillo Harambas. If you,
Is this a friend of yours?
yeah, well, a new friend actually.
How new?
A couple of weeks.
Oh, gotcha.
That new.
Okay.
Let's see what he says. Well pronounced host.
Yay, Shadow.
Spanish. Spanish. Spanish people always pronounce day as like Jairo. They have that. It's the same with Jesus. They say Jesus.
Like, Juan?
Yeah, like Juan. Quiet listener, Victoria. Good to see you. Good to see you again, ma'am. Barcelona, Spain. Yeah.
I would love to see Barcelona. The pictures are beautiful. Well, my friends, I made a deal that if someone was nice enough to let me join on today's live stream, if by any chance we ran long, I would um, step off of the panel when the Georgia football game kicked off. And I didn't know it, but it actually kicked off a few minutes ago. So I'm going to go ahead and go. I'm almost out of voice, so that's pretty good timing.
Yeah.
But once again, thank you to everyone that joined in the chat today. And thank you, Shadow, for having me as a guest today. I really
You're very
appreciate it. I had
welcome.
a great deal of fun. And I do think it was a wonderful show. Great guests, great topics. Great job.
Yeah, and we check the analytics later together.
Looking forward to that. Hoping to see some interesting information. I think we will.
Yeah, probably.
Well, mega love shout out, everyone. Take care. Be well. Look in on a friend or neighbor and stay positive no matter what the news is. We'll get through this together. Yay! All right, we got some Bulldogs in the house. Homestead, go Georgia Bulldogs. Thank you.
That
I'll
sounds
pass
like
it
football.
along. Oh, yeah. That's the game that's on right now. And
Yeah, like
that's also where Court went to school and graduated from, is University of Georgia.
yeah, like American football.
What, hon?
This is where I graduated from.
Yes, I did say you graduated from.
Yeah, I could hear that loud and clear.
Yeah, I know. It's a tiny apartment. You know that. You've only heard that about 100,000
Yeah,
times.
yeah, make that a million times.
Yeah. Uh, oh, a bass player. One of my favorite instruments. And I appreciate people that can handle it well. And I'm going to get out of here before I'm tempted to get on yet another subject. Once again, mwah, mega love shout out to everybody. Jeannie, it was very nice to meet you, and you will be in my prayers. Warren, thank you so much for your help. Everyone's been wonderful today. Shadow Scout, you know you're my very special friend.
Yeah,
I love you,
you are
buddy.
my special friend. Love you too.
You take care, and I will see you soon.
See you soon, my friend.
Thank you.
God bless. Stay safe. Have
God bless
fun.
you, dear. Good night.
Good night. And it's basically night. 2:12 a.m. in the morning. Isn't me, I Justin Stewart. Yeah, Miss Boo is awesome. Um, I'm gonna see if I can find it for you. Not that one. I spelled it. Find it. No, no, I'm not. Just trying to find a channel. But she doesn't have any content on her channel yet. But she will put up some content when she figure out things. Well, I'm feeling good listening on NASA. You're very welcome, Warren. You're very welcome. Well, it's 2:15 a.m. here now, so almost 2:30. Time is flying when you have fun. Yeah, Jairo. Well, here in Sweden at least, it is time to sleep. Most people sleep at this time. Ah, you're very welcome, Jairo. No problem. You're most welcome, Jairo. Yes, I am, Jairo. Yeah, so we are on the same hour. We might, yeah, we maybe are. I never thought about that before. Okay, okay, Jairo. A lot of work. It's a lot of work to create music. 18 hours to 2 hours. 18 hours is a long time, my friend. Yeah, I understand that, Jairo. I suggest you go and get yourself some sleep, Jairo, so you can wake up refreshed tomorrow. Yeah, creative people stays up. You're very welcome, Jairo. No problem. And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Sweet dreams, Jairo. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, Jairo. Stay safe, Jairo. God bless. And besides, I'm beginning to get a little bit tired myself, so I should get some sleep myself. So, guys, I think I wrap things up here now. Thanks for hanging on here again, and I appreciate every one of you. You are awesome, and until the next time, guys, stay safe, take care, be prepared, and have a great day, morning, night, and sweet dreams for those who are going to sleep. I'll see you later. I'll see you later, guys. Will do, listening and you too. Bye for now. Until the next time.